Started. All set, thank you. Good morning, everyone. A reminder to all of us and to those who are attending from outside our community. This is a meeting that will be recorded as well as live streamed. We're providing remote technology permissible under the law and really evidence of our success over the pandemic. I need to take a remote roll call. Commissioner Cameron.
Oh, she's muted. There we go.
I'm here. Hello.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioner O'Brien, just so you know, we couldn't hear you, but I saw your lips.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And Commissioner Zuniga.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm here.
Great. We can get started. Calling today public meeting number 350 for those of you who started with number 1, another milestone. And we'll get right to the minutes. Commissioner O'Brien.
Madam Chair, in the packet today are meeting minutes from March 11th, 2021. I would move that the Commission approve those minutes subject to any needed changes for typographical errors or other non-material matters.
Second.
Okay, great. Everyone had a chance to review. Good. Any questions or edits, commissioners? Okay. Commissioner Cameron.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga.
Aye.
And I vote yes. 4-0, Vivian, thank you. We'll move right to item number 3 on the agenda. Executive Director Wells, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. The first item on the agenda is an update from Jill Griffin, the Director of Diversity and Legislative Affairs, and Crystal Howard, our Program Manager. So I think we're going to start with that, although I think we have a guest speaker, and I'm not seeing the guest speaker on the screen right now. So Jill, I could go forward to the casino on-site update if you want to hold on the item A and do that a little out of order and get him a chance to get on the screen here. What was your preference?
That would be great.
Okay, we can go ahead and do that with the chair's permission. That's
okay,
right.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so why don't we skip or we'll postpone item 3A and go on to 3B and have Loretta and Bruce give an update on what's going on with the casino properties.
Thanks, Karen. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Regarding the COVID measures, we're really status quo from the last report at your meeting 2 weeks ago. Each of the properties is continuing with their enhanced cleaning methods. Encore and MGM continue to require their employees to wear masks if they do not provide proof of vaccination. And PPC follows the CDC guidance of wearing masks if not fully vaccinated and incentivizing vaccination among their employee population. And they have a very high degree of vaccination based on the self-reports that they receive from their employee group. Each of the properties continues to notify the IEB when it becomes aware of COVID positives in its employee population, and those numbers have always reflected the greater trends in Massachusetts. We did have some notifications this month, a very small number, but they do continue to notify us, and as they have been doing for over a year now. They also notify their respective boards of health. They perform contact tracing and identify any of their employees that have come into close contact with a COVID positive, inform us if any of our employees have come into close contact, and none of these recent notifications have we had a report of that, and they follow all of the directives of their local boards of health with respect to contact tracing. Everybody is mindful of the recently updated guidance from the CEC regarding areas of substantial or high transmission and the guidance of mask wearing indoors in those areas. The good news is that none of the 3 properties are located in counties of substantial or high transmission, but like us, they are monitoring and have committed to continuing to follow all CDC and DPH guidance. Each of the 3 properties is intensively involved in hiring measures. PPC has a hiring event this morning for food and beverage. Encore and MGM are also actively engaged in hiring measures. MGM has to date or until recently limited their hiring to 21-year-olds and over. Recently, they have expanded their hiring pool to include 18-year-old and over. This is allowed under Section 25H of the statute. They are reminding any hires who fall into that category that their time on the gaming floor is strictly limited to their work duties and that they are required to leave the floor as soon as their shift is over. Those are the significant updates that I have for you. I know Bruce is available to address any more specific COVID issues as they directly impact gaming.
Yes, as far as the gaming floor, the 3 properties continue to remove some of the plexiglass. PPC started last week removing some. There isn't a lot of plexiglass left on the floor there. Other than that, all 3 properties are operating smoothly, and there really isn't a lot as far as casino operations to report. If you have any questions, I'm be pleased to answer them.
Questions for Loretta or Bruce? Commissioner O'Brien?
Are they repositioning some of the slots machines that they had positioned to keep people spaced out without plexi?
They're kind of staying in place as a whole. Those positions they're kind of pleased with from what I've seen. So there really isn't a lot of slot movement to get them out of what they were configured before.
Okay.
In this industry, they always move slot moves. So, Commissioner, but I haven't seen a lot to move them out of what they placed them in prior to this.
Okay, thanks.
Bruce, can you remind us of the hours of operation for each property, please?
They are all 24 hours operations. So, there isn't a closing time for any of the properties.
They're all, and so, but not all amenities are open 24/7, correct?
No, that really varies depending on the day of the week and the busyness of the weekend, so to speak, if it's a holiday weekend. But this time of year, they are open more than they would be during the slower times of the year, such as winter or fall, late fall.
Any other question? Commissioner Zuniga, yes.
Yeah, just a question for Loretta. To the extent you know at this point, or maybe for a later update, Loretta, you mentioned that they're looking to expand, at least MGM, the hiring into 18-year-olds, which is allowed under the statute. But again, to the extent that you know, would that be for more food and beverage type of positions, or are we talking about some gaming dealers type of positions?
We're talking about some positions on the gaming floor, some gaming positions. So this is brand new. I don't have any data on it yet, but happy to come back with a report on how successful that has been, how much that's helped.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that at a later time. I know, as you've mentioned before, and we saw, we're seeing some of the properties in my recent visits that there is a reflection of a very tight labor market in this, in this particular sector. for a number of reasons. But it's again a reflection of what they need to do to continue or enhance their operations.
Next month at our next meeting, Commissioner Zuniga, MGM Springfield will be presenting their quarterly report, and even though it will be more about this quarter, perhaps they can address that issue too then.
Thank you.
Okay, all set. Any other questions? Okay, Karen.
Okay.
Thank you, Loretta. Thank you, Bruce.
I think Jill got booted out of HD. I have texted her. She's rebooting. So in an effort to keep things moving, I'm going to go on to the item C, which have entitled MGC Return to the Office, because we all have been working remotely. So there's a lot going on. We have our working group that is working on planning, and there's also a lot going on in the United States with respect to COVID, and we're monitoring that, and we've been tracking some of the things that are happening, which may impact some of our decision making. There have been recent news articles, I'm sure people have seen, that several federal, state, and local governments will mandate public employee vaccinations, or in the process of considering that requirement. Particularly because of the concerns related to the Delta variant. According to multiple reports, Department of Veteran Affairs, states of California and New York, and cities including Los Angeles and New York are requiring public employees to either present proof of vaccination or submit to a weekly COVID-19 test. So the current recommendation from the Massachusetts governor, it has been not to require that, and we've been following that gubernatorial stance on that. So it's something we can consider and just recognize that that's out there. Also, the Associated Press reported several large employers, including Google and Apple, plan to delay the return to the office from September to October. And there's a lot going on in that area. And then even President Biden has also publicly stated his team is considering mandatory vaccination or regular testing for federal employees and contractors. So that's another issue we're looking at. In addition, the CDC this week updated its mask wearing guidance. Loretta already referenced this, recommending that fully vaccinated people return to wearing masks indoors. I believe, Loretta, that's in public places, so not in private locations that are either high, where their transmission rates are either high or substantial. So there are currently five counties in Massachusetts qualify as substantial or high, and Suffolk County was the only area identified that would impact MGC operations, but that's where our Boston office is, in Suffolk County. Yesterday, Governor Baker publicly stated his administration is in the process of reviewing the latest federal masking guidance and will have a more thorough review upcoming. The governor also further reinforced that Massachusetts currently has the second lowest hospitalization rate for COVID in the country, and simultaneously holds the nation's second highest vaccination rate. So we are doing very well here in Massachusetts, and that's a factor that we should be considering. As we've seen through the many phases of the pandemic, information continues to evolve, opinions vary, public health experts continue to closely assess the data, and our working group continues to closely monitor developments to inform our strategy and determine how evolving details impact our organization. We have noted that the remote working has been very successful. The working group met yesterday. I discussed with them we currently had a proposed start date back in the Boston offices of September 13th. At this point, with a lot of this going on, I think it may be prudent to postpone that start date till sometime at least in October. Certainly looking for the commission's perspective on that, because we can we have the discretion to adjust the start date as we deem fit, given that we are operating efficiently currently. We're also looking at, the gaming agents and the racing folks. We also have MSP, which I recognize fall under the Department of State Police. But we're, as Loretta mentioned, that team has been aware of this new masking guidance. We're considering how those people are doing because they are working on site. And we also have to consider the racing folks and what's going on with them and the public health guidance there. So there's certainly a lot going on. The working group also, when we met yesterday, we went through sort of a line by line analysis of the the policy for coming back in a hybrid model. We almost got through the whole thing. It's actually quite comprehensive, so some work still needs to be done on that, but we got through a substantial amount of that policy. My expectation is that we would bring that before the commission now on the 19th of September, that next meeting of the commission. And
19th of August, you mean?
Yeah, August, pardon me, I meant August. Excuse me. And then, the other thing we're looking at, and we didn't have much time because we were, took up a lot of time working on the policy, but the other thing we're looking at is office space and what makes sense in the office. Are there reconfigurations? Are there things we can do in the Boston office space so when people do return, it works better, A, in a hybrid environment, and B, just as a welcoming place for people to work. So we had some ideas there. We've been bantering those around, but I think that we need a little more time to check that out, but we may get some more data on what are some options and what would be the expense of any modifications. So that's sort of a general sense of where we are. There's certainly a lot going on. We all see that there's a lot in the news with the Delta variant. We are mindful of that. We are concerned about not only the physical health of our employees, but also the mental health, because there may be some anxiety surrounding that and going back into an office where people are congregated together. So we're just trying very hard to be mindful of both things. So that's the general status of where we are. I think the main question for today is, if the commission is comfortable with the recommendation of postponing the start of returning to the Boston offices to at least sometime in October. I'd like some feedback on that. I would like to, let staff know so they can make plans. But other than that, we're just monitoring the situation and working on the policy as we go. So that's sort of where we are. Any questions or feedback?
Commissioner Sinica?
Yeah, thank you for that report, Karen. I think as you, the theme is, of course, that it's a very fluid situation,
right,
and continue to monitoring is more than prudent. I think as you said, and as the governor has said, Massachusetts is in a great status compared to the rest of the country. That doesn't make it necessarily, everything really, really well. We need to continue to monitor the increases in infection rates and whatnot. So I think it's very prudent what you recommend to postpone any, major moves, and continue to evaluate as we go along. If you are also mentioning some reconfiguration, this might be the time to do that while there's still, very few people that come into the office, and continue to have, the current status that we have, which is according to preference or certain things. Some people make it into the office, and there's enough distance there that there's no concern at all. Of course, that will continue to be our, our approach. Something that I've have availed myself of that opportunity. So.
And I'm certainly welcoming any feedback on any suggestions on reconfiguration. We talked about, the 13th floor and, originally some space near the commissioner's offices. We've also talked about expanding the kitchen area into more of sort of a lounge area because those cubes there are not being used. So we have some ideas in that respect. So I'm certainly open to any feedback on that or any other suggestions on either the 13th floor or the 12th floor.
Well, as a non-member of the working group, I'm imagining a near future of hybrid, some kind of flexibility when we do return to the office. So any low cost reconfigurations that might facilitate, or any let me rephrase that, anything that would fit into our budget that we currently have anticipated, that may, we may be able to reconfigure some kind of space, however small, to make it more flexible, anticipating that we might have to avail ourselves of that flexibility in a hybrid environment. I'm all for it.
Okay.
You can work the details with the working group. or come back for a later report if there's something that starts to look a little bigger than just incidentals, let's say.
Okay.
But I think this would be a good opportunity for us to do that. Other than acquiring more space or decreasing the space, that would be a major thing, of course, that we have to really think more carefully about.
Right.
Commissioner.
Yep. So as a member of the working group, I do have the benefit of listening to all of the team members who also have feedback from their members under their command. So I did have an opportunity yesterday to listen at length to concerns. And there were real concerns about being uncomfortable working next to someone that they don't know if they're vaccinated or not. So there were a lot of concerns that we talked through. So I do believe we're being prudent in listening to all the concerns and holding off right now at this point to making a final decision as to when the appropriate start time to start a hybrid model would be. And a push to October certainly makes sense to me as a member of that group because of what's happening now. And fluid facts, I do look forward to when the governor's team has a chance to really look closely and then compare that data to what's happening here in Massachusetts. And I think we've been served well by following advice coming out of that office so far. So I look forward to that.
Commissioner O'Brien.
I reiterate what Commissioner Cameron said. I came on to this group recently. They've done a tremendous amount of work. We had a very robust discussion yesterday in light of recent events and CDC guidance. So I think there was unanimity in terms of the appropriateness of pushing the start date back to October. I just think, it's been working sufficiently for 17 months, and given what's happening, I think everything that Karen described, fits in with pushing that start date out so that we can really take stock of what we anticipate happening in the fall.
So I'm not really, I appreciated everybody's input on the October start. I guess I'm hearing folks' concerns, kind of feel like, everything is very much in flux. I think I know that, I don't think it has happened yet, Karen, but I think it would be interesting to maybe do an agency-wide survey of folks. I suppose it really, September to October doesn't matter much. I feel that, I'm sensitive to the idea that for some people that might be continuing uncertainty. And so some people might have, some fears about the COVID, and because things are right now really fluid, it is scary. I also think there might be some folks who could benefit by, where we can give certainty. And if we're saying October is certain, then, so they can establish childcare arrangements and expectations. I'm hopeful for that. It's hard to deliver certainty when everything still is so uncertain.
Right.
I just wonder if it might make sense to because I'm guessing, and I might be totally wrong, that nobody's concerned about that. But I wonder if there are some who are. And I wonder if it would make some sense to do a quick survey of all the different types of issues that you are all discussing in the working group. I hear Commissioner Cameron say that, it's pretty broad group. They're getting input from their whole team. Maybe that's the case. I just don't know.
Right. One thing that's been helpful was also, as you know, we've also, given the opportunity for people to come into the office, because some people, that may be a benefit to them. Trapped at home for 17 months has not been a lot of fun for a lot of people.
That's right.
So, I think that messaging also that is an option as well, on a voluntary basis between now and when the office opens is helpful. I know I've taken advantage of that, and I've enjoyed going in the office and, being able to do some things there has been very helpful. We have a system where we have, Marianne Dooley tracking who's in the office, so we know who's there, making sure, not too many people are congregating at the same time, things like that. So we're monitoring the data on that. But just as a reminder to the MGC staff, that is an option as well. People feel the need that for their mental health or well-being, that they want to go into the office, that we have that option available. So that's sort of where we are. I'm hearing general consensus that we would move the potential start type to sometime in October. We could set a tentative date now of say October 4th or October 11th, but I'm not sure that's necessary. I do have a town hall scheduled for the staff members on the 6th. I would like to send something out, some kind of email to the staff, giving them sort of an outline of what's going on tomorrow, and then we can discuss that more fully on the 6th. But I don't think a specific date is necessary at this point, but we could do that if people feel that would be more helpful, to Kathy's point about certainty being helpful. Any thoughts on that?
I just wonder if we'll get guidance soon coming out of the governor's office, and that may be helpful
that's a good point.
us making that decision.
Okay. Okay.
And that's one of the things I'm really concerned about is the message that you mentioned, both Loretta and Karen, that I heard this morning as well, is that we're in a really good place in terms of our public health, status. And so I just want to keep that in mind. I do understand that people still have consternation. I'm just thinking, ahead, we have an international conference coming in September.
Right.
So I just want to make sure we're being somewhat, that we're being consistent in thinking about all the issues as we move forward. Honestly, if it's going to help logistically for you too, October's fine.
Yeah.
It may be a long time before we are all 100% comfortable. Mm-hmm. I have to say that I wore my mask in today, into the building, and so I understand that there's a consternation. So I guess I'd love input on how do we manage that, because I'm not sure October we're going to be relieved of it either.
Right.
And so we have to weigh: are we going to, is it a return to office, a hybrid, or continuation of what we're doing now? That's why maybe a survey might be helpful to find out where people are.
Okay.
I think that's right. I think that ultimately, and this is a very broad statement, but providing people flexibility, because there is going to be people with different concerns for their own personal reasons, whether it's comfort level or family situation or homework environment or health issues, none of which we can generalize to all the staff. I view a lot of these in the form of providing reasonable accommodations. That's the obligation of all employers, and this is just one more aspect.
Okay.
Good job.
Right. Yeah, so I think that, okay, so the messaging, we'll bump the start date to sometime in October, and just communicate that we're listening, we're, monitoring what's going on, and that also it's going to be really helpful for us to get some guidance from the executive branch, because they do have DPH and they do have experts on that, and that's really helpful for us. Okay. All right,
especially we have people out on the floors of the casino.
Yep.
We have casinos that are open.
Right.
We have people at the horse racing. Right. So, okay, that's really good. Very helpful.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go back now to item 3A for the Diversity and Legislative Affairs update for Jill and for Crystal, and we'll go from there. Hey, Jill.
Thank you for your patience. It keeps you on your toes to have those technical problems. For some reason, I was kicked out. We're going to spend a few minutes and go over our department's role and our work. And I'll ask Crystal to bring up the PowerPoint. And then we have a guest speaker as well. So,
sorry, Jill, I'm just having a coughing fit.
That's okay. So we're Diversity and Legislative Affairs. And as you all know, it's a small but mighty department that consists of myself and Crystal Howard. Here we go. Crystal is coming right up. And go to the next slide. So who are we? Next slide. So Diversity and Legislative Affairs is one of the 8 departments reporting to Executive Director Wells. And I should note that the Legislative Affairs portion has a direct reporting relationship and communication with Chair Judge Stein. Next slide. So as I said before, this department is small but mighty. Program Manager Crystal Howard and I have accomplished quite a bit together. Historically, we worked externally with the casinos to focus on the priority of maximizing opportunities for Massachusetts residents and small businesses to benefit from the introduction of expanded gaming. And this was during construction and operations. As you know, we include a particular focus on the inclusion of individuals who are minorities, women, or veterans, and businesses owned by these individuals. During the last 6 or 8 months, we've taken on additional focus working with colleagues on the Commission's own internal diversity strategy. Additionally, we now have a focus on legislative affairs. So, next slide. So I thought I'd just review some of the work because it's been a while. Many of you know that we created and executed an accountability and monitoring system during construction called the Access and Opportunity Committee. We met monthly and our licensees submitted detailed public reporting on their progress towards diversity. We launched with our communications team and Elaine's help, the Build a Life That Works campaign, a marketing campaign focused on getting women to consider careers in the building trades. And this featured real tradeswomen. We also launched the Best Practices Report, a lasting legacy documenting the how behind the diversity success in the construction. And it featured all of our partners involved. We performed diversity audits. The licensees provided detailed diversity reports. We reviewed documentation for audit verification purposes. During pre-opening, in order to maximize economic impact for Massachusetts, we established partnerships with community colleges, mass hire career centers, and the community to connect with the casino's recruitment teams. And we formed similar partnerships for local and small businesses. In terms of compliance, pre-opening compliance, we looked at the marketing and tourism plans that each licensee submitted, and the affirmative marketing programs and the diversity programs and all the other commitments made during the application process, and ensured that those were completed, including the number of jobs. Legislative change, we were happy to support or play a role in supporting the work of the legislative change that allowed some service employees exemption from registration and background check. And this opened up jobs and careers to those who really needed it. During operations, we introduced grant programs to support small businesses. We standardized the reporting formats of the licensees. We created and launched the impact report that really measured and chronicled some of the successes and contributions of the licensees towards diversity and economic impact. We proposed and developed the Workforce Community Mitigation Fund grant program. Next slide. So our world came to a halt during the pandemic closures, but our work did not. During the pandemic, we put together webinars to assist businesses in accessing resources. We brought in folks like the U.S. Small Business Association and financial technical assistance experts to help these businesses. We kept our website up to date with resources for individuals and businesses to help them get through this time. We leveraged our business technical assistance grantee LEAF to support individual businesses, and they also were helpful regarding the webinars. During the reopening, we were busy monitoring legislation regarding the open meeting, horse racing, sports betting, and we actually we supported and executed several gaming policy advisory committee meetings, and were participants in the Equity and Inclusion Working Group convened by Chair Judd Stein. We also had very successful and fruitful conversations regarding compliance and planning for the future. But what's next? What's next in the horizon is we're working on streamlining the diversity and economic research reporting with the Donahue Institute. Crystal Howard mentioned this during our impact reporting at a recent commission meeting. The Community Mitigation Fund workforce grants for 2022 planning has already begun. And the Commission's own diversity initiatives that we recently reported on. An interim review of the licensee compliance on impacted live entertainment venue agreements, marketing and tourism plans, and other commitments. And of course, sports betting. So I'm going to ask Crystal to take the next slide.
Thanks, Jill. So I guess what you can tell from Jill's part of the presentation is, given the large scope of our work and the unique mix of our department's programs, the key theme for our division is collaboration. We work interdepartmentally in almost every aspect of our work. It's probably obvious that we would work with the comms team, communications, and Elaine and her team, or HR. More obvious that we would do that than something like designing informational brochures with our licensing team back before the casinos were open, because we needed things of that nature, those marketing materials, for the vendors themselves or interested businesses to understand what they would have to do for certification, or how they can do business and contract with the casinos. Additionally, Jill mentioned some of our audits, which were heavily led by Joe's team at the time, who wasn't community affairs, but we ran all of our diversity audits and the process for our diversity exemptions very closely with Chief Delaney. Actually, the exemptions themselves are a key example because in many areas of our work, and Enrique is familiar with this, speaking of the Diversity Exemption Committee, but we would have to actually compile committees from various departments and various experts in other areas to make sure we could get the work done and do it well. So an example would be the RFR. When we put an RFR out for our best practices, we had a consultant actually start to develop that work. Excuse me. And we had, alongside that, anytime we had a grantee to review or a grant, which we've had several, we would put together a committee that we thought would have some of those experts help us make that decision from our internal departments. Additionally, we also have to collaborate externally. Our work goes beyond these walls in MGC, or not these walls in my apartment, but the walls we used to sit in. And those relationships were really necessary for our work in developing some of the programs and some of those connections that we needed with our licensees, but also just we've done plenty of work with our other state agencies, such as the Supplier Diversity Office is a big partner in some of what we've done, Mass Hire. And of course, now, as Jill mentioned, we are working more closely with our legislators and their aides. But those governmental relationships weren't foreign to us. We had worked with others in the past, such as the Secretary of Labor and Workforce Development and the Secretary of Veterans Affairs in previous programs and projects. So other than that, you know, there were large teams for our workforce and vendor diversity development of community organizations, up to not just the Access and Opportunity Committee, which everyone's familiar with, but some of them had up to 30 different members. So we really, really work heavily with people outside the organization. To that extent, these collaborative relationships were key in the development of the training and gaming school partnerships. MCCTI, I think, is one of the ones we're most familiar with, and the Culinary Institute, but there was Bristol Community College and the Cambridge College way back when. As a reminder, Todd Grossman and the Division of Professional Licensure worked together to develop those processes and regulations for the gaming schools before we ever even had applicants for licenses. And we are still actually working really closely with HCC because they are a current Community Mitigation Fund grantee, and they're ramping up their culinary arts program now for the grants we are currently working on contracting for. In the interest of time, I'm not going to dive deep into these grant programs, but just as a reminder, our current grant program we are running, Jill mentioned earlier, the Local Enterprise Assistance Fund. These are our 3 members of the team that I work really closely with. They're doing a great job in ensuring that the licensees are able to, the businesses doing contracts with the licensees are able to maintain those relationships, but also growing smaller businesses who are interested in doing business with our licensees and certifying businesses so that those important elements of us tracking their diversity monitoring have more way in their contracts. As you know, in some cases, that's an eligibility that makes them even more likely to get that grant. They're helping them with their business models, upscaling, pricing, certifications. So they're even funding some of these to get to do the business that they would need to do to make sure that they can get that contract. So we hope to feature them actually a little bit more in the future, but that's the current grant project. And in the past, we've had several Rise Up Springfield JVS hospitality grants, workforce training grants, grants for businesses, and Rise Up Springfield uses the Interises Streetwise MBA program, and we funded those to do for various opportunities. And of course, you're familiar with NCTE, one of the biggest grants that we had programmed, actually began before I even got here. So that they are still running that, and something MGC is pretty proud of. I will turn it back to you, Jill.
So this concludes our presentation. Thank you very much. As you can see, the work continues. And I'll wait, but we do have a guest speaker if it's okay to proceed.
Would it be best to entertain questions about the PowerPoint now or comments?
That would be great.
Commissioner O'Brien, do you have any questions for Jill and Crystal? What a great presentation. And
No, I don't. I've had, unfortunately not enough, but I have had opportunities to go out to in person before COVID to see some of the examples of the impact of this, which I always find even more powerful than the PowerPoint that lays out all the great work that you guys have done. And, to be reminded it's a division of 2, which is pretty impressive. So I know, just great work. I look forward to hearing the speaker. So thank you.
okay. Commissioner Cameron?
Yes, I love these more in-depth presentations about what one of our departments does, because I learn something every time. I was very familiar with some of the work, but not all of the work. Particularly impressive was your examples of external partnerships that really help, whether it be small businesses, individuals. The LEAF program sounds amazing in their ability to assist and encourage small businesses to grow their business. So it's not just about tracking. The work you do is so much more elaborate and important than that. And of course, the internal partnerships have been so helpful to our organization. How you've worked with every single department in order to get them to think a little differently about the work they're doing and offer the assistance they may have needed and sometimes not even realize they needed, right? So I just think and I've seen that firsthand, how that's helped, whether it be with the hiring process or, brochures. All of that work is really important and brings a lot of credit to our organization for this work. So I just want to thank the two of you and thank you for giving us this presentation, and it really is important. So thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zuniga?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Of course, it only summarizes all the work that has happened in creating those relationships and those programs that you outlined, that took time and diligence of you, of course, and others. As I'm reminded of all the work that one of our last commissioners did in this arena, Commissioner Stebbins, who's of course has moved on, and as we get another commissioner, hopefully sometime in the future, I'm thinking that this is a great opportunity to avail ourselves of the input of a second commissioner. I know you mentioned, Jill, Chair Judge Stein involvement in particular matters, but without creating a subcommittee of the commission, which is never our intention. I think the input of a second commissioner will be most valuable in fostering or continuing some of these relationships. But plenty of time for us to think about that in the future. Great work, Jill and Crystal. Thank you.
Jill and Crystal, thank you so much for the presentation. Just the presentation alone was interesting and compelling, just the formatting. And so thank you. That demonstrates, I think, the talents of Crystal Howard. And I think Jill and she have collaborated so well, translating that knowledge often to us in a way that, I don't even know if we all, knew it was happening. So just today, the presentation was excellent. Commissioner Cameron touched on the fact that what really Crystal highlighted and Jill, of course, has led is the collaboration. And the internal collaboration has been particularly highlighted this last year, where equity and inclusion became so important to our organization. And for that, Jill, we thank you. You have participated in internal hiring processes, giving us guidance that really has allowed us to be better at hiring and a better agency for it. And I know that Crystal has supported that work all along. Crystal supports the community mitigation program extensively on the workforce grants. The two of you have, in fact, been collaborators with all of the teammates. And, I know that that's really rewarding for you. And I think that probably if your teammates could express themselves, they would express their gratitude for that support. And I know that Elaine Driscoll has been by your side all along, making sure that the good work that you were doing externally was highlighted and not just to highlight it, but to really increase its impact. And you have been extremely impactful. Your work is well known wide beyond MGC. I knew about it before I came to the Gaming Commission. We had worked. Our work had intersected, and your work, both Jill and Crystal, was known to be really the top of the line in terms of bringing diversity. So through construction into external projects. So you really have taken what was inspired by the legislation and made it much bigger. So the internal and external collaboration, like Commissioner Cameron noted, so important. And just a quick last thought, it was all of that grace and effectiveness that prompted me and Karen to say, boy, we could probably use this team to help us on important legislative relation development. And for that, we're really thankful. And as Crystal said, you had a lot of those relationships underway, and you brought us through with this new division, to keep us well informed. And I think we're ending today's agenda with a short briefing on those legislative affairs. I feel like I'm beginning your FET. So that's the irony. That's the irony here. And if I keep on talking, maybe you'll change your mind. But I'm going to end now because we do want to hear from your guest speaker. And again, you've always been very generous on making sure we meet with vendors and outside individuals who are benefiting from our work, or we can benefit from their experience. So thank you for always thinking of that. It's been a gift. So I look forward to hearing from him.
Great. Thank you, Chair Judstein. It is actually my pleasure. I'm going to have a few words of introduction so you know just how lucky we are to have this next guest speaker. So at the last commission meeting, Crystal Howard and I presented the 2019 impact report that highlighted the impact that casino licensees had relative to the diverse populations in the Commonwealth in terms of careers and business opportunities. Our next guest, Shagun Idau, President and CEO of the Black Economic Council of Massachusetts, or BECMA, was a valuable contributor to the Commission's own vendor advisory team. The Commission convened various business support resources across the state to help casinos maximize their impact on the Commonwealth's economy and to identify potential Massachusetts vendors. The vendor advisory group was composed of local and diverse chambers and business affinity groups like BECMA. We met regularly with casino procurement staff during the pre-opening phase, for example, of Encore Boston Harbor. Shogun was committed to ensuring that the casino supplier bases were fully inclusive of the diverse populations that make up the citizenry of the Commonwealth. The Commission has recently become a member of BECMA and has the opportunity to utilize some of their valuable programs as a resource for our own procurement needs, as well as the casino's needs. Shogun was invited to introduce you to his organization and describe how the Commission can partner with BECMA. But first, let me say just a couple more words about Shogun. He was a lifelong resident of Boston, the proud product of Boston Public Schools, and he also graduated from Morehouse College. In 2014, Shogun and a colleague organized the Boston Police Camera Action Team to further accountability and safety in Boston through the mandatory use of police-worn body cameras. As a result of their efforts, Boston began a year-long mandatory body-worn camera pilot program. And later in 2016, policy followed by a $2 million investment in a permanent program. In 2018, Shogun was elected to serve as the first vice president for the Boston chapter of the NAACP. In this role, he managed the much heralded and research-intensive report card project that assessed the city of Boston's efforts and results in addressing systemic racial disparities. Shogun currently serves as the president and CEO of BECMA, the chief advocacy organization for Black businesses across the Commonwealth. BECMA represents over 2,000 Black firms that employ 17,000 Massachusetts residents and generate over $1.9 billion in annual revenue. It is my honor to introduce you to Shogun Adao.
Well, thank you very much for that, Jill. And thank you, Madam Chair, and to all of the commissioners for the opportunity to introduce our organization and share a couple of words with you today. And thank you especially to Director Wells, and in particular to Jill, who's been a steadfast partner of BECMA since we were founded 6 years ago. I think when our business members and our board look at how we have become successful in any kind of way, we'll be able to draw a straight line to our partnership with Jill in connecting our businesses to opportunities and in being in conversation on how we as an organization can do better and help our partners. So as Jill mentioned, my name is Shogun. Very happy to be able to be here today, particularly with the Mass Gaming Commission, because of the strong leadership and example that you all have set. I'll say a little bit about BECMA. It was founded 6 years ago as a result of the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston study, The Color of Wealth in Boston. I think we all know the statistics that came out of that, chief among them, the statistic around the enormous wealth gap in the greater Boston area. And so as a result of that report, 700 people in Dorchester, Roxbury, and Mattapan came together at the Prince Hall in Dorchester to talk about how we address and eliminate this growing wealth gap in a city that we all love and want to thrive in. And one of the ideas that came out of that conversation was BECMA, because the founders believed then and to this day that if we're going to eliminate the racial wealth gap, one way to build that wealth is through starting and growing small businesses, in particular because small businesses owned by Black people locate in our communities. They hire people from our communities. They're some of the biggest employers of Black people in our state, and they give back to our communities in so many various ways. And so it was important to us that there be a group that advocated for these businesses and made sure that they had a seat at the table and were able to drive home policies and practices that would help them grow and thrive. And so today, as Jill mentioned, we represent the over 2,000 Black firms that employ 17,000 residents and generate $2 billion in revenue every year. And also the 23,000 sole proprietor Black-owned enterprises. And our goal is to help these 23,000 sole proprietors through partnerships like with Mass Gaming Commission to grow into employer firms so that we're employing more of our people, shrinking the unemployment numbers, which for too long in our history have always been double that of white and other communities, and help to grow, again, the wealth of our communities, because we believe strongly, as we know that you do, based on your on the DEI statement of purpose, which we laud and appreciate your putting that together, that the development of some communities cannot coexist with the underdevelopment of others. And so if we want to see a healthy and thriving Massachusetts, we have to make sure that our Black communities and Brown communities are also thriving. And so we support our members in a couple of different ways. Our strongest way of supporting our members is through our advocacy. When we first started, our work was on the local level, working with the City Council and with then Mayor Walsh to try to implement policies that were going to remove barriers, in particular to procurement, but also expand opportunities for our businesses and our workforce. And in the last couple of years, we've ensured that our voices now not only heard and a driving force at the state level, but now also on the federal level. And we were proud to be able to host Cecilia Rausch, who is the new chair of the Council of Economic Advisors at the White House, along with Representative Catherine Clark and Representative Trahan and Rep. Presley a few weeks ago, to ensure that our business members had an opportunity to share what some of the barriers were to their growth, the impact of childcare on their ability to grow and prosper their business, and to develop concrete solutions to addressing that that should be present in President Biden's family rescue plan. Another way that we help our members and work with them is through empowering them. So even though we are advocating on behalf of our members, this small example I just shared, along with many others, we want to make sure that our members are also leaders in their own right. We already know that they are. The fact that they took that leap in starting a business and employing someone else shows remarkable vitality for them, but we also want to make sure that we're empowering them to advocate on their own behalf, so that they are advancing their own causes and issues, and other ways that we empower them, connecting them to one another. It's important to us that we're fostering this ecosystem of Black businesses using Black businesses, that they're growing each other. And so we hold many events that allow them to come together. Of course, in the last 15 months, they've mostly been virtual, but we're having the same conversations that you had earlier today about how to maintain a hybrid experience, allowing some folks to come together, because a lot of us miss that human interaction in person, where we get to share with one another. And finally, empowering our members through growing their commerce. So, we ensure that we're connecting our members to capital. We don't talk a lot about access to capital. We talk about dispersal of capital, because many of our business members know exactly where the capital is. It's the fact that for so many years, this capital was not getting to them. It was not being awarded to them for various reasons that I'm sure we could go into during another meeting. But we do our best to make sure that we are removing barriers in receiving needed capital, particularly in the last year, where we were proud to be able to work with our partners to ensure that the governor, when he announced $700 million in grants last year, working with his administration via Secretary Keneally to ensure that 40% of that grant money went to minority-owned businesses, in particular Black-owned businesses, who otherwise would never have gotten that money had we not worked with our members and worked with the administration, and many other programs to ensure that needed capital is getting to our members. But access to capital, really important. But what's really important are contracts, commerce. That's what helps to grow our businesses. Capital is needed for laying the foundation, but commerce helps our businesses to grow their infrastructure, to grow their capacity, to be able to hire more people, pay higher wages, provide more benefits. And again, all of that toward moving us toward the goal of eliminating this racial wealth gap. And so one of the ways we do that is through our partnerships. And as Jill mentioned, that's why we're really excited about the fact that the Mass Gaming Commission is now a member of our organization, so that we can strengthen the partnership that we already had in a couple of ways. What we're building on is our evangelism of the Mass Gaming Commission model. As Jill mentioned, this vendor advisory board I was proud to be able to serve on that when I first joined the organization in 2018. And my the person in the role before me, Reggie, not only served on the advisory board when the Gaming Commission was working with the MGM in Springfield. And it's this model that we have been sharing with cities and towns across the Commonwealth, that we've been sharing with state agents, other state agencies here in the Commonwealth, and with those in the private sector, that if you want to achieve your supplier diversity goals, you need to go talk to Jill. You need to study what the Mass Gaming Commission did, because they not only met their goals, they exceeded their goals, both for workforce and for supplier diversity. And the way that happened was the fact that, as was mentioned, all of the stakeholders came together in one room. We received the same information. We were able to look at what the opportunities were coming up for the next year to 18 months, share that with our members. For those who may not have had the capacity right now to take on something, we were able to work with them and build their capacity for opportunities that were coming down the line. Something that's really important, as Commissioner Cameron mentioned, this technical assistance. Some businesses don't know that they need it, but when we were able to review the upcoming opportunities, they were able to see, okay, I don't have these one or two things, but if I work with groups like BECMA or others, I can help address that issue and bid on that opportunity. And so many of our members were able to receive those opportunities. And so, building on this model and this original partnership, the membership with BECMA will now allow us to ensure that when there are hiring opportunities at the Mass Gaming Commission, and we've already started this process, we not only put it on our jobs board, but we interact with our members every single day in various ways. And so not just sending an email that may or may not get open, but openly communicating with our members about these opportunities, calling folks up that we know that may be able to at least apply for this role and would be excellent fits. And then on the supplier diversity front, working in the same way that we did with the vendor advisory board, ensuring that we understand what the upcoming opportunities are for the Mass Gaming Commission and preparing our members for those opportunities. And so that's why we're excited and eager to work with the commission to reach and exceed your goals. So with that being said, I'll just say that I'm looking forward to working with the commission, with Jill and her team. I'm always happy when I see Crystal's emails coming to my email, because I know that there are exciting opportunities for our members that we're able to blast out and get to our folks. But again, looking forward to working with you to ensure that equity is not just something that we are sharing via words, but what you have already shown, being committed to acting on those principles and making it a reality across the Commonwealth. So I appreciate this time. Happy to answer any questions and looking forward to working with you.
Questions? Commissioner Cameron?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Sugan, thank you so much for being here. Love listening to what you had to say about the organization. Jill forwarded us your bio before you were going to be a guest with us. So in reading that, I just thought the first thought that came to mind was, how lucky is Massachusetts that you came back home? You went away to college and you're a young leader and you decided to come back and use your talents at home. So I appreciate that, being a fellow resident. My question is this. I think one of the reasons we were able to have some success with our licensees, now they were willing partners. They did listen and engage and be willing to work with us to bring in a diverse group of folks, whether they be workers, construction, the front end, the back end. But we also talked about it every 3 months in a public meeting, right? We had quarterly updates where they had to come before us and let us know about their progress. And I think that helps. I wouldn't call it a stick, but it certainly helps when someone knows that they're going to have to publicly talk about what worked, what didn't work, their efforts to achieve these goals. How can that be effective? You talked about this as a model, whether it be with other state agencies or other businesses. How can that piece of it be effective, where they don't have to report to anyone necessarily about their progress?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, I appreciate your original comments. I think, we all want to see Massachusetts continue to be a leader. So I was happy to come back home and contribute in this way. For this question, the immediate thing I thought of is something that Congresswoman Presley says all the time, that sunshine is the best disinfectant. And so, the first piece of it is the fact that there are goals that are set. This is something we've been pushing, certainly the city of Boston, but other municipalities to adopt. And then this regular reporting, not just a report that gets emailed or put on the website and no one knows about it, but as you mentioned, talking about it out loud. Because at the end of the day, I think most people, they want to do better. They have a desire to increase diversity and inclusion in their projects in various ways. It's first about giving them the blueprint for how to do that. But then, they have those targets that they know they have to regularly report. Then that means they're actively working to achieve those goals. And that if they give an unfavorable report, that it's going to reflect negatively on them, and no one wants to look bad in public. And so I think that's a really, really important component of ensuring that we're hitting our goals. And like I said, I think that's a part of the model that the Mass Gaming Commission has set in place that we are certainly sharing and pushing others to adopt. What you don't measure won't actually get solved, and what you're not talking about out loud won't actually get fixed. And so I agree with you. I think everyone needs to adopt that. And we'll certainly be working on mayors and the governor to make it standard as opposed to agency by agency.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, questions, comments?
No, just thank you for being here, Shagun, and thanks, Jill, for the context in which this is a great example of the collaboration. I think I'm just reminded of something both you said, Shagun, and we knew from the beginning in the Access and Opportunity Committee that it's everybody at the table, literally looking at the statistics, looking at the opportunities, asking the questions, reporting, sunshine that you talk about. It's the multiple collaboration that brings about some meaningful results. And I think, I believe that the last few months have infused a lot more consciousness into this topic in all different industries and business groups and business leaders. And I think the work that you do in telling these kinds of stories, what are the success factors and whatnot, is equally important in effectuating change.
Commissioner Bryan.
So I loved hearing the background and the development of BECMA, but I was also particularly satisfied to hear you talk about the procurement assistance that you're providing. Some of my background before I got here, we would be looking at state and municipal procurements and why certain people kept getting them all the time. And while there was some malfeasance, there was also just a systemic, almost like an incumbent position that came along with how a lot of that money was sent out. And I think you're helping your members go in, see those opportunities, be viable candidates, get access to all of that. I think everyone benefits for that. May not sound like something sexy, but having seen sort of the underbelly of how some of this works at the state and municipal level, I was really happy to hear how you're doing it and the success that you and your members are having in terms of getting diversity and equity out in that way, because I do think we've seen it in some of the spotlights that Jill's put in front of us in terms of the vendors that have, some of whom have expanded rapidly once they get a toehold into some of that business. And so that was very satisfying to hear that you're continuing to do that. And thank you very much for your time to come here today and talk to us.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I'll start with that, Shagun, as well. Thank you so much for taking time out of your morning to be with us. First off, I applaud you for your accomplishments, particularly what Jill led with on the body cameras. you leading in what has really become a national discourse. And I remember I didn't have personal knowledge or involvement in that, but I was able to observe from afar that it was done in exactly that collaborative spirit, despite the fact that it was new and maybe even difficult for the long established Boston Police Department. So congratulations on that. And it was an important step for the equity measures that you're seeking now. And I applaud you for building capacity, whether it's to get capital or to secure those procurements or to secure hiring. I guess what my question is probably one that doesn't need to be answered now, but I want you to know it's a continuing question. How can we be of help? Just at any time. We're oddly both insular in that we have a very finite mission, but we do work closely with our fellow licensees, world-class organizations that have, understand that they are economic drivers for the Commonwealth. And so, I'm presuming, Jill, and maybe it's a wrong assumption, that Segun has been introduced to our licensees personally. When we think about the partnerships that they could forge with the organizations that Segun oversees and works with, for right now, a lot of the workforce challenges that they're encountering. So, that's just one thought, and I'm hoping that you'll just continue to keep the channel of communication open and recognize that however big or small, we want to be partners and want to support your mission.
Absolutely. Well, I'll just say, the success of the commission is our success. If you are reaching and exceeding your goals, it means that our community is better off for it. So absolutely, we'll stay in touch, and happy to continue to address this question of how you can be helpful. But I'll say the first part of being helpful is you're being successful. So you letting us know how we can help you is the first step, and happy to go on from there.
Well, Segun, if you were to stay on, and I know you have a busy day, you would see that we have 2 quarterly reports from the licensees today, and they will be there will be sunshine on there on the exact numbers that we've discussed today. So the accountability continues, and in many ways, accountability is a strong word because, as Commissioner Cameron points out, they are very eager to be successful in this arena. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jill, what a treat. Thank you.
Thank you, Segun.
Thank you all. Yes, and thank you, Segun. So interesting, and thank you for the partnership. I look forward to working with you going forward. So the next item on the agenda is a recognition of Jill Griffin. It's been very helpful to have this whole outline of all the things she's accomplished. I think we've all been aware of it, but I don't need to go into too much detail because we just had a wonderful PowerPoint, and the chair also gave a little bit of a preview, some of the accolades we would have for her. But I just wanted to, let folks know publicly that she is leaving us for the private sector. She's been with us since the beginning, since the commission was started. And as she pointed out earlier, initially as the Director of Workforce Supplier and Diversity Development. And she really, as we've talked about, she had a critical role in the success of the casino construction and hiring process, focusing on giving opportunities to minorities, women, and veterans through this metric-based approach. So, I know we're going to be having a more comprehensive goodbye to Jill at our staff meeting next Friday, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to publicly say thank you to Jill. You've been a wonderful colleague and a tremendous asset to this organization. I know we will miss you very much. I can speak personally. I will miss you very much in our Tuesday morning meetings that I've really enjoyed, especially in my role as the new executive director. Really enjoyed working with you in that capacity. It's been really fun. So we'll miss you, but I just wanted to publicly acknowledge you. And I know we're going to do more next Friday, but just wanted to say that and give the commissioners an opportunity just to comment and say thank you. So I don't know. I'll start with Commissioner Cameron, and we can go through.
All right, happy to talk about Jill. No, Jill, Karen just said she will miss you. I can say, speaking, the whole commission will miss you, but I will miss you. I have loved our conversations over the years. You have made me more aware of what's happening here in Massachusetts. I know I've mentioned this before, but it still impacts my life, the tour you took me on years ago, because, I was back living in my home state, but felt like I didn't really know the city, right? So we really took a day and just visited every part of the city, which was so important to me. And I knew Jill was a leader. I had watched her and the work she was doing and the groups she was leading, but to see her in the community and the respect she had by other leaders, and just those partnerships that we mention all the time, they were there. They were firmly established before you came to work with us, Jill. And it just made me think that day, and I thought that from that day on, is how lucky we were to have you join our team early on, as you did. You chose to come with us. I think you understood that we wanted to be better, and we wanted our licensees to be better, and we wanted to make an impact, and you have helped us tremendously in doing that. So I will miss that. I will miss little intelligence that you used to provide to me. Jill noticed when something, she can be a quiet leader, right? And that taking on something like a bull, which I can do, is not always the best way to handle a situation. Little information about something in an investigation that could have been handled better, and just allowed me to, then have a quiet conversation with someone else who had the ability to change that. So I think those kinds of relationships are so important as well, right? It's not just outward facing, it's little things. How can we do it better? And you were able to assist greatly in those kinds of things. So we will miss you. I will miss you, but let's keep in touch, okay? And really, good luck. I know you'll be fabulous. Our loss is someone else's gain in the private sector, and clearly understand that and support you. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Gail.
I'll go over to Eileen.
Thanks, Karen. So one of my biggest regrets in terms of not being here in the beginning with Jill is this is now the second time that I've had to hear about how great the Boston tour is that Jill gives. I heard about it left. I was jealous at the time, and now I'm really jealous about it. So I'm going to have to make sure you stay in touch so that when COVID comes down, I can get one of those around, your responsibilities and your new job. But I reiterate everything Karen has said and Gail has said. I regret not having more of an opportunity to see you and be here when a lot of the work that we're seeing the benefit of now, you put in and made happen with the casinos. I do remember going out to Western Mass and hearing from some of the people and the women who benefited specifically from the Build a Better Life campaign, and it was incredibly powerful. And I know there's dozens and dozens of stories like that I haven't heard about, that I'm sure that you impacted not only in your time here, but I'm sure in your professional and personal life leading up to coming here. And I feel like we're going to have to also keep in touch with you to get you back here and be a speaker, because when you describe where you're going and the opportunity, it sounds fantastic for you. And then I just think the opportunities you're going to have to make an impact on that development and this company is going to be a whole other lesson for us as we're constituted now. And then I'm sure as people turn over in the MGC and are going to have to hear about the legendary Jill Griffin, it'll be great to have you back here and be the speaker one day. So I wish you well. I hope you have a great rest of the summer, et cetera, and stay in touch.
Thank you so much.
Great. And I'll go over to Enrique.
Yeah, thank you. I'll start with a little historical context for those of you who might not know, of the Access and Opportunity Committee. We hired Jill early on, and she suggested that we have this. She was the one with the idea about the Access and Opportunity Committee, given all the expectation, all the groups that were already calling us, about, what are going to be the jobs and what are going to be, et cetera, et cetera. And we brought in someone from outside, someone, who shall remain nameless, was great, but eventually, moved on, he was overcommitted in these kinds of things throughout the state. And at that juncture, Jill really stepped up to that plate. Let me put it that way, to that podium. It was, a group of people who have been let down in the past, who brought in a lot of reluctance, but wishful participation. And I was lucky enough to attend some of those meetings and see the evolution of that group that I think speaks largely to the tenure of Jill here, and how the success of the licensees was the success of us, the success of the members that brought in their best intentions, and again, some of it highlighted here, I attribute mostly to the great work of Jill. She's a very soft, calm demeanor with strong results, really accomplishes what the objectives, again, by being very docile, and but that doesn't take away from the strength of the results. And that's really a great thing to see, Jill. I've been to a number of events with Jill after putting in an 8-hour shift throughout the city. And I recommend going to those events with Jill, because she will know everybody, introduce you to a lot of people, and that makes her, in my mind, the ultimate connector, which was so critical in all the job that you did here for us. And that was also, an aspect that we'll miss, but your legacy stays with us. And of course, the people that you are now in a position to help with are hiring you for that very reason, among others. I'll stop there. It's been a pleasure to work with you, Jill. You've taught us a lot. You've done tremendous things in trying to in achieving our mission, and your legacy is really great and speaks for itself. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and then Kathy, I know you've already said such lovely things, but give you an opportunity.
Yeah, I won't repeat. I know we're going to have an opportunity to speak with Jill again and the whole team at the town hall. And I know that all your fellow employees at the Gaming Commission are going to look forward to seeing that and to being able to be part of it, however Karen imagines. I just know that we're really going to miss your presence, Jill. I probably take exception with Commissioner Zuniga's characterization of docile, because I feel you're anything but. I think his intent was to say, one might think it's that they don't recognize how much direction you're taking as opposed to being directed. So, but we all have recognized that today. You have had significant impact well beyond the confines of the Gaming Commission, well into the community throughout the Commonwealth. And you have established, with, of course, your colleague by your side, Crystal Howard, a model that, as I said earlier, I knew of it. We were replicating it at my last position, and as we heard today from Segun, it's well established that other organizations were doing the same. My only concern is that replication needs to be institutionalized, and I'm hoping that in your next position, you don't forget that goal, because we'll need you to help in that, because it will take the entire Commonwealth to make sure that the model can be replicated and enforced. And again, we talked a lot about the success of the Build a Better Life campaign. It's outstanding. I think if I walked out the door right now, I'd see one of the signs that is inspired by the initial campaign. But again, you mentioned, and I mentioned earlier, the work that you did with our Equity and Inclusion Working Group. And just a real quick little story. And I think this is what inspired Commissioner Zuniga's earlier commentary as well. When we were doing the statement of purpose, it was a unique group. Everybody worked so well together and so efficiently together. We were able to turn around that work in a short amount of time, and I think we recognized it needed to be turned around that in such a short time to be intentional about the goals and the actions that were derived. But what folks who weren't in the working group wouldn't know is that we did a lot of our production of the statement and action items together, and we would read out loud. And the only voice that could work was Jill's. So she would read out loud to us the statement of purpose and keep us together so that we could hear what would eventually be conveyed to our fellow commissioners. Correct, Enrique? And in many ways, that her voice and her intentionality in doing that exercise only further inspired our ultimate goals. So that quiet presence that Commissioner Zuniga was referring to directed us. And that was what I wanted to get back to. We didn't direct you ever. You directed us. And you've done that with the work that you've done through the hiring. You've been very instructive on how we can do better in our posting and our job descriptions. I know that Trupti has been, very inspired by all of your good thoughts. And then, of course, during the interviews, your contributions have been powerful. So, for that, I'm terribly grateful. And I think, Karen, as we think about how that work is done in the future, you've got some really good cues that you're going to want to replicate that Jill has provided with us. And then finally, again, as I mentioned, thank you for all the work that you've done, establishing some really strong initial contacts at with the legislature. Most importantly, we've been able to be responsive. I know, Director Wells, you've been able to be very helpful to the legislature because of those steps that Jill, with Crystal's help, established, and they were able to find us by phone now. COVID makes everything more complicated, and the channels of communication have been well established so that we can be the helpful state agency that we should be to our lawmakers. And I know that work, you've established a good structure, and I feel that we'll be able to be well informed because of your leadership. So I could go on, but I know we have a busy schedule ahead. I just want to thank you so much, and most of all, I really want to wish you well. You're quite beloved outside of our commission, and I was well aware of that. You're very beloved here, and people are going to miss you terribly.
Thank you so much. I know you have a full schedule, so let me just say a word or two. For me, this was all about connecting people with opportunity. When I first got the call that this was a possibility, I just thought, wow, what an opportunity. And it sure was. I'm so proud to have been part of this phenomenal team that really prioritized diversity and inclusion from the very beginning. The legislature started it with a very strong roadmap, but couldn't have been possible without the true support of the commissioners. I've had the pleasure of working over the years with 8 commissioners, and every single one, really made me feel like my job was extremely important. So I thank you for that. And I worked with a team and under the leadership of Director Wells and others who ensured that innovations were welcome. And to me, that was music to my ears. My work is all about partnerships and working with individuals who have the same goals. Enrique or Commissioner Zuniga, you reminded me, I had forgotten about those early contentious access and opportunity. Now, it seemed like a good idea because at the time when that was when we founded the AOC, I was a team of one. I had no other support, and I had all these community members who wanted information. They wanted access to, the commission. And I said, well, what better way than establishing these regular monthly meetings where everyone gets the information at once? But there was such distrust at the time. No one trusted each other. And we really had to work hard to establish respect and trust amongst the community groups, the licensees, the unions. But in the end, everyone realized that we were all working towards the same goal. And that was, at that point, when I knew that that was the case, it was so rewarding. I'll save my comments about my colleagues who I also had the chance to partner and work closely with. I'll just say that Executive Director Wells is just such a fabulous leader, and it's been a little too short, Karen. I really have enjoyed working with you. And just give a special shout out to Crystal Howard, whose talent and hard work is second to none, and she always made me look good. So thank you to Crystal. And I'll save my other remarks for our internal get together. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Jill. All right, so that concludes the administrative update, Madam Chair.
There's still time to change your mind, Jill.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you for the update, and we'll move along, Jill, again. And Crystal, thank you for your presentation to begin earlier, and the wonderful remarks from our guest speaker. A special way to start our morning. We're getting into some of our core mission work now with
Chair. Could we take a 5-minute break before we get into the next item?
Yeah, I had said to Mary Ann I might need to call an audible, so we'll call an audible right now. If North, I see that you've joined us. We've already had a good hour and a half of work here, so if you don't mind, we'll take a 5-minute, 10. What do you need, Commissioner?
5 minutes. 5 minutes is fine.
5-minute break, and we'll come right back at 10:45. You know what, I'm not, Austin, I guess we can go ahead and stream. I can't see everybody, so I don't know if, there we are. Thank you. I think I'm going to do a roll call. Commissioner Cameron,
I'm here.
Commissioner O'Brien,
I'm here.
Commissioner Zuniga,
Here.
and we're all set to reconvene public meeting number 350. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, Chief Delaney, and welcome North and team.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you. So first up today, we have for you the Plain Ridge Park Casino second quarter report. And we have with us from PPC North Groundsell, Dana Fortney, Kathy Lucas, Michelle Collins, and Lisa McKinney. And with that, I will turn it over to you, North.
North.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Madam Chair. We wanted to start out our comments by sharing in your celebration of Jill and her work with the Commission. We very much appreciate her guidance and partnership with PPC, and we wish her the very best on her next adventure. We also wanted to start our comments by taking a moment to recognize and thank you, Madam Chair, as well as Commissioners Zuniga, Cameron, and Executive Director Wells for making the trip out to Plain Ridge for the 4th annual Spirit of Massachusetts Trot. It was a great day at the races. We'll talk about the race a little bit more in our next quarterly update, but I'll give you just a few of the highlights from the race. The 2020 champ, Machego, won this year's title trot, and we awarded more than $500,000 in purse money for the day. The Clara Barton race winner, Lion Sentinel, tied the track record and set last year in this race. And together with the horsemen, we spent over $50,000 with local businesses to promote the race and purchase commemorative items for the race today. So again, thank you for making the trip out. We greatly appreciated you showing your support both for the property and harness racing, and we hope that you'll come see us again soon. So transitioning now to our quarterly report, we appreciate the opportunity to provide you with an update on our business. The team will provide additional details in their portions of the presentation, but I wanted to highlight just a few of the points at the outset. In Q2, 52% of our qualified spend was with Massachusetts companies, and 9% of that was with businesses in our host and surrounding communities. Our total diverse spend.
North, I'm wondering if are we supposed to be on the front page still, or did you?
Yep, we are.
Okay,
I'm just summarizing, and then
okay,
I'm going to hand
you.
over. Sorry about that.
No, my apologies. I just wanted to make sure it was working. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Our total diverse spend for Q2 was 27% on a goal of 21%, and total qualified spend was up compared to Q1 of this year. On the employment side, we exceeded our employment goals for veterans, local, and diverse employees. And finally, in compliance, after many quarters of zero incidents, we did have 2 incidents in Q2 relating to underage gaming patrons. In neither instance did these underage patrons consume alcohol. So those are the highlights from our update. With that, I will pass it over to Dana, who's going to provide details on our financial performance and diverse spend.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here again this morning with you. So beginning with slide 2, gaming revenue and taxes. Well, there's a lot of information on this slide. For comparison, we'll draw your eyes down to the bottom half. So for the second quarter of 2021, Plain Ridge generated $36 million in revenue, with total taxes paid to the Commonwealth coming in just under $18 million. This brings our year-to-date total to $67.9 million in revenue and $33.3 million in taxes. The next slide is our lottery sales. In the second quarter, Plain Ridge sold over $578,000 in online and instant ticket sales. So we continue to see positive trends in our lottery since reopening from COVID in Q3 of 2020. Year-to-date 2021, we've sold over $1 million, which is only 22% down from 2020 in total. Up next is our spend by state for the second quarter. As North mentioned, in-state spend was 52%, or $363,000 of at $363,000 or 52% of qualified spend. The percentage of spend from in-state increased from the first quarter of 36%, and total dollars spent in state increased to $190,000. Moving on to our local spend, in-state versus surrounding community spend shows an increase quarter over quarter. While the first quarter was nominal, second quarter came in at $34,000 or 9%. Driving the spend is Rentham, with a local construction company that did some assistance for us in the racing division, like paddock repairs. And then Plainville is with a local nursery that provides product for the racetrack. Looking at our diversity goals, the second quarter diverse spend shows that we exceeded our goal on women-owned and veteran-owned spend, but shows a slight miss in minority-owned. Overall, we exceeded our diversity spend by 6 percentage points, and I'll go into the details of those figures on the next slide. So taking a look at that data that I mentioned for the second quarter, qualified spend doubled from the first quarter, which included a 239% increase in women-owned spend. As I mentioned earlier, Q1 was a little light. We had, restrictions in the state, as well as an accounting system change that caused some payments. We pulled them into Q4 of 2020 that would have normally been paid in the first part of 2021. So outside of that, if there are no questions at this time, I can pass the presentation over to North to review our compliance figures.
On the compliance front, in the second quarter, we prevented a total of 574 patrons from entering the gaming establishment. 23 of those patrons were minors, 60 were underage, and 474 had expired, invalid, or no ID. As I mentioned in our opening comments, we did have 2 incidents where underage patrons were intercepted playing on the gaming floor. In both instances, the underage patrons were intercepted less than 30 minutes after gaining access to the floor. With that, I will pass it over to Kathy, who's going to talk a little bit about some of the employment figures.
Thank you, North. So all the employees referenced in this exhibit were current as of Q2 2021. We had 291 team members, which was an increase of 25 team members since we reported in Q1, supporting our goal of bringing our business back. We continue to exceed our diversity goal of 15% in Q2. With 24% of our team members being diverse. As well, we exceeded our veterans goal of 2% in Q2, maintaining 6% from Q1. In Q1, we spoke of the decrease against our women's goal when we closed multiple venues due to COVID-related layoffs. We had a slight increase up to 40% in Q2 since adding our Revolution Lounge and outdoor patio lounge with limited hours of operation. We're actively hiring great customer-friendly and service-oriented team members as we continue to open our venues and support guest services. We're exceeding our local goal of 35% in Q2 at 40%. This area includes Attleboro, Foxborough, Mansfield, North Attleboro, Plainville, and Rentham. We're finding as we're bringing candidates to the information sessions that they're looking to stay local, which is helping us in this area. You can see on the slides in Q2, the 291 team members included 216, which were full-time, 66, which is 23%, which were part-time, and 9, which 3% were seasonal employees. Next slide. So our commitment to recruiting from community-based organizations that support diversity, veterans, women, and local candidates is robust at the team member level and also at the management level, especially with a highly competitive market and a smaller pipeline of candidates. Just to share, we host 2 hiring events weekly and offer compelling incentives to onboarding and retention. And those include referral, sign-on, and retention bonuses. We offer housing, tuition, and loan assistance. As many of our businesses know, we have to be nimble and flexible in this environment for recruitment. A little update on our COVID safety initiatives. with team members and managers. We've had a lot of success with the incentive program, and we also had a great partnership with the Commonwealth's mobile vaccination program, providing convenient on-site vaccinations. We are in the process of scheduling additional dates. In this slide, you'll see that at the supervisor level, we have 69 team members who are diverse. 29% identify as diverse. And this is an increase over our prior 2 quarters. 4% are veterans and 35% are women, which is an increase over our Q4 numbers, which we shared based to the COVID layoffs. We were working to return to the numbers prior to COVID. The next slide, North. So you'll see here with PPC Cares, the things that we had going on in Q2, along with Penn Gaming around our diversity and inclusion initiatives and also our community relations initiatives. On the top right there, you'll see we donated $1,000 to Rolling Thunder on behalf of the Plainville Fire Department. Rolling Thunder is a nonprofit organization. Many members of Rolling Thunder are veterans and ride motorcycles, which are not qualifications to be a part of Rolling Thunder, but they have young, old men and women, very diverse in what they do, but their cause is really to bring full accountability for prisoners of war and missing in action, and reminding all that they're not going to forget. And so we felt really great with being able to support them with this donation. We also donated $7,600 to the American Cancer Society, supporting Relay for Life. The Relay for Life movement is dedicated to helping communities attack cancer. Through funds, donated time, and awareness raised, communities virtually or in person are making a difference to strike out cancer. We also donated $5,000 to Lenore's Pantry, a local food pantry sponsored by the North Attleboro Board of Health that operates out of the town hall there. They serve between 85 to 95 individual families once a month or throughout the month. And then finally, on the other side around our diversity scholarship program, I shared in Q1 that we launched this diversity scholarship program, and our company committed $1 million to the program. It was exclusively for the children of team members. I'm really excited to share our IT manager, Darren McIntyre's son, Dylan, was a recipient of one of the 5 $40,000 scholarships Penn awarded. It's going to be delivered in increments of $10,000 a year, supporting Dylan over 4 years as he studies chemistry in a state school here in Mass. We're heavily invested in the commitment to equity and post-secondary education opportunities for students, and we're really, really proud of Dylan and excited for Darren to be able to help him with his son's tuition. I'll turn it back over to North.
Thank you, Kathy. So Michelle Collins is on vacation this week, so I'll be covering the slide on marketing. I won't do it as well as she does, but I'll do my best. So we continue to meet quarterly with the Massachusetts Office of Travel and Tourism and the Greater Boston Convention and Visitors Bureau. And part of the Massachusetts Office of Travel and Tourism is the My Local Massachusetts marketing campaign. We're supporting that by including the messages in our monthly direct mail, social media post, as well as on our website. We also continue our partnerships with Rentham and Foxborough on a new regional marketing initiative. And we also have continued partnerships with Rentham Village Premium Outlets, Patriot Place, the Fenway Park Summer Concert Series, which begins next month in August, as well as the TPC in Boston. And with that, our report for this quarter is complete. We're ready to take any questions that you may have.
Do you mind taking down the PowerPoint, please? Commissioners. Commissioner Cameron.
Yeah, Just a couple of comments and one question for Kathy Lucas. Your numbers on diversity with regard to minorities and veterans are excellent. Really good to see those numbers. And I know that you've explained a little bit about why you're struggling with women. I'm just wondering, I know there's still some parts of the casino, in particular food offerings, that are not open yet. And I know that could assist with these numbers. Is there any plan? I know you were struggling to get some people. You've explained that in the past. And you did talk about your recruiting efforts and bonuses and whatnot. So that's encouraging. But any idea on when other offerings will open and that may help you with those numbers?
So, and I'll ask North to add on a little bit more with timing. We initially projected that we would have those venues open in the July timeframe, and we have been working effortlessly to really get the right staff from a leadership perspective, back of the house culinary managers and leaders, and front of the house managers and leaders for specifically our fluties, and then also our banquet areas. And we are doing everything possible in regards to the recruitment, but the pipeline has just been incredibly thin for the leadership piece. I'm not sure, if this is an experience, and I know it's an experience that a lot of us are seeing out here. We've got candidates that will, schedule the interviews, and unfortunately, 4 out of 5 are not showing up for the actual scheduled interview. So that has really, been surprising to us, because that's not something that we experienced prior to COVID. We have partnered with iHire for, culinary and food folks. We are working with a lot of the local colleges and universities, offering, internships that would lead into permanent roles. So we're working on everything. We're just in a state where the pipeline is just so tight. North, do you want to add to that in regards to the timing, just based on where we stand?
Yeah, so the one thing I think I want to make clear for the commissioners is that we are not waiting when we have great candidates. So we do have great candidates that may eventually move into other outlets that we have already hired and work in other parts of the business where we need help right now. So we're kind of building our stable of talent. We are not having people sit on the sidelines when we find great talent. We're getting them to work right away. The one thing that we want to make sure that we do is, when we do open an outlet, to make sure that we can deliver at the level that our guests have come to expect. I think that we all have had the experiences of visiting restaurants lately where the service wasn't quite what we wanted, or the food product wasn't quite what we wanted. And because of staffing challenges, that's where that is. We have been very cognizant in making sure that whatever it is that we're offering a quality product and offering quality service, and not compromising on that piece. So we continue to recruit. When we get that critical mass of talent, we will be able to open those outlets. It's just taking longer than any of us would have liked, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. And also, a couple of years ago, there was really an issue with your overall diversity was pretty good, but that was not the case with supervisors. So I see the great improvement there with both women and minorities. So that's, I know you've instituted a couple of programs, leadership programs and whatnot. So really good work there. And the charitable work and the diversity scholarship work, really tremendous. So I know you're being a good employer here in the Commonwealth, and a good neighbor as well. So thank you.
Commissioner O'Brien or Commissioner Zuniga? Any questions for North and team?
No, my question was the one that Commissioner Cameron just asked. So thank you for answering it. And just a comment that trizamite, I did not get down there for racing. So I will talk to Alex and get myself down there so I can see the fire pit area and take in some of the races before the season ends this time.
We'd love to have you.
Commissioner Zuniga, questions?
No, thank you for the report. I'm not beginning. I have a full appreciation of the present condition that you find yourselves with a very tight market in this particular sector. And I appreciate you explaining the context. You heard perhaps earlier that MGM is moving towards expanding the age range of people that they hire, which is also a direct result of what they are seeing locally. My hope and expectation is that this may be a temporary situation, but we'll continue to be watchful and look forward to the updates as they evolve.
Yeah, I also have no real additional questions, just comment. Thank you for your hospitality. On Sunday, we were really lucky with respect to the weather and great races. So thank you. It was really a pleasure to be part of it and an honor to be part of it. So thank you. And to Commissioner O'Brien's point, we did get to see the expanded area where you have outdoor services and amenities like the fire pit that Commissioner O'Brien mentioned. I know too that you're waiting again post-pandemic. There's a lot of supply issues, and so you're looking forward to receiving some of your equipment, and it's just really exciting that you expanded to outdoors. It allows real access to the horse racing, and it's just a great additional amenity to your beautiful facility. So thank you. The only thing that I might ask, and maybe I don't think it can be answered today, but I wonder if there's room for, with some intentionality, expanded spend in Massachusetts to maybe make that circle shift from 52% to a higher percent. I know a lot of it has to do with the fact that Penn National has such a broad range of facilities across the country, but I will have my eye on that 52% number, and just knowing that you are an important economic driver for Commonwealth. I'll watching that number. And again, I also would have asked about the same question Commissioner Cameron asked. I am pleased to see the supervisor and manager positions increase in diversity. It's great news. So thank you. Comprehensive report, and thanks for Kathy for your input and all the charitable work that you've been doing, of course.
Thank you.
Anything further? All right. Chief Delaney, I think we're all set. Thank you, North. Again, nice to see you on Sunday.
Thank you.
Okay, well, next up we have Encore Boston Harbor's second quarter report, and we have with us Jackie Crum, Senior Vice President, and Juliana Catanzariti, who's the Executive Director of Legal. And with that, I will turn it over to Jackie and Juliana.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. May I also take a moment to say thank you, but not goodbye to Jill. Jill was in the trenches with us right from the very, very beginning. And it wasn't always easy, as Jill alluded to. And Jill was the consummate ombudswoman, keeping everyone calm and focused. Our success in achieving our goals could not have been accomplished without Jill's assistance and gentle but very persistent reminders to stay on track. Jill, you will be very much missed. We will miss you. We will miss your guidance. Thank you for everything. Now, I will launch into our quarterly report for the second quarter of 2021. To start with, gaming revenue. We are pleased to report that gaming revenue, Gaming revenue has continued to grow every month in the second quarter for a total of $156 million in gross gaming revenue, resulting in a tax payment of almost $39 million for the quarter. From a year-over-year comparison, we are very pleased to report substantial growth compared to second quarter 2020. Unfortunately, it was a very low bar as we had zero gaming revenue in second quarter 2020. Lottery sales, approximately 727,000, again, a substantial change from second quarter 2020. From a year-over-year perspective, what's interesting is that the lottery sales in quarter two, in the second quarter, are consistent with pre-COVID numbers from the first quarter, remembering that we were closed in mid-March of the first quarter. Juliana, do you want to pick up on workforce?
Sure, sorry. So for these figures are as of July 1st, 2021. So for our total number of employees was 3,256, 2,421 of which are full-time and 835 of which are part-time. The minority, veteran, and women breakdown is above in the residents of Massachusetts at 2,901. And then we have our operating spend for the second quarter of 2021. So our total spend for the quarter was $14,944,689. Of that, about $4,200,000 was spent on different diverse categories. And locally, we have here about $8 million, or 56%, was spent in Massachusetts, and then between Boston, Chelsea, Everett, Malden, Medford, and Somerville. Also during Q2, we were able to purchase, and we were happy to purchase, about $35,000 in gift certificates directly from local restaurants in Everett and Malden. We purchased about $1,800 from a variety of different restaurants. We were then able to use those gift certificates to gift to employees who provided vaccination cards. So that was a great way for us to support the local community and also reward employees. For compliance, so during Q2, we had a number of 10 minors intercepted on the gaming floor and prevented from gaming. I would like to note that 4 of those minors were actual children. In some instances, like a toddler ran on the gaming floor. Some parents accidentally walked from Red 8 around to the front. So there was a very limited time period where they were on the gaming floor. 3 minors were intercepted gaming, 1 at slot machines, 2 at table games, and 9 minors were intercepted consuming alcohol. The average length of time spent was 40 minutes. The longest length of time spent was 2 hours and 54 minutes, and the shortest was 10 seconds. And again, that was one of the children who just ran on the gaming floor.
And not to interrupt, Juliana, but before we move on from there, I just wanted to let the commission know that we are launching a campaign to re-educate all of our team members about the importance of preventing minors from entering the gaming floor, but also what their responsibilities are if they see someone on the gaming floor. So that'll be a back of house campaign that we'll launch within the next month.
Jackie, I think you want to.
Oh, yes, my turn. Okay. In May, we launched a contest to reward 3 of the countless men and women who selflessly braved the pandemic on the front lines. Each hero received a one-night stay in our guest rooms, limousine transport to and from their residence, dinner for 2 at Rare Steakhouse, a makeover treatment at our spa and salon, and a complimentary retail experience. We received 958 entries, and our evaluation team went through every application and made a very difficult decision to narrow it down to 6 individuals. They presented all 6 individuals to the executive team, and we couldn't eliminate anyone. One of the many advantages of having a woman-led executive team. So we expanded the number of winners to include all 6 of the individuals. Of those 6, we celebrated a Newton firefighter who was also caring for his 7-year-old son undergoing treatment for cancer, 2 registered nurses, 1 from Peabody with 6 adopted children, and 1 from Topsfield, a restaurant worker from Medford who took care of her extended family and her community, a postal worker from Plymouth who had recently lost his spouse of 27 years, and a patient greeter from Taunton who was the point person for triaging hundreds of patients coming into the hospital on a daily basis. Next one. We are also really pleased to announce that we launched our Change for Charities program. Essentially, this gives our guests the option when they use one of our cash redemption machines to donate their cents to one of 4 selected charities. Excuse me. The Boston Area Rape Crisis Center, the Mystic River Watershed Association, Bread of Life, an organization located in Malden that provides prepared meals for low-income or homeless families, or DAV, Disabled American Veterans. Since launching on June 27th, it has already generated about $13,000 in donations to these nonprofits. Some donations are as little as 2 or 3 cents. The average donation is 19 cents, and we've had a total of 66,566 donations. Next slide, please. Okay, on special events, we celebrated our 2nd anniversary on June 23rd. Unfortunately, as you know, we were closed for our 1st anniversary. This, by the way, is not the champagne toast at midnight. For our 2nd anniversary, management served sparkling cider to our team members in our employee dining room. We also decorated our back of house, or what we like to call our heart of house. We had photo booths and an Instagrammable, I think that's a word, flower wall where employees could pose for photos. We also launched a masterclass series on June 13th. We had oyster shucking and champagne tasting in partnership with Island Creek Oysters. And for Father's Day, we had a special grilling, mixology, and cigar rolling masterclass where participants could learn the difference between gas-fired, wood, and charcoal grilling, marinating, and seasoning techniques. We also partnered with workout sensation Kelly Brabants of Booty by Brabants, words that I never thought I'd say in a commission hearing, for an exercise class on our South Lawn in support of Giving the Glam, which is a local nonprofit that gives prom dresses to underprivileged and special needs girls. And finally, we launched a night shift beer garden, which is just stunning. Unfortunately, given the weather this summer, we have been rained out more often than not. So we're hoping for a drier August to celebrate there. And finally, if this is the appropriate time and there are no questions, I wanted to give a little bit of an update on poker.
Actually, I had a question, Jackie, about the stats on minors on the gaming floor.
Yeah.
I've been asking for a while if you guys could break that down by under 21 versus under 18. So just first, if you guys can do that going forward, but then also, do you guys have the breakdown on that slide?
I do. So there were 4 very minor children and then 2 minors under 18. The rest were 18 and above.
And then the 2 hours, 54 minutes. It
was a 20-year-old person.
A 20-year-old. And then how, and what's the circumstances of how they got on? Was it fake ID or what was it?
They just, honestly, their ID just was not checked. There was not a fake ID.
Okay.
And we have followed up. The officer has been disciplined, and that's why we're relaunching the training to make sure that all of our offices, but it's not frankly just the security offices responsible for checking at the door. It's all of our team members, our pit bosses, our dealers, our cocktail servers, bartenders are all responsible for asking for identification.
Thanks.
Jackie, I have a question on that slide. Perhaps we can leave it there. And I'm just thinking of the report that we saw from Plainridge. They report the people they turn away. That is not part of this slide, is it? Or do you have the statistics of how many people you turn away, or do we have just a very different population accessing the casino?
That's right.
Yeah, we can certainly provide that information. I don't have it offhand, but certainly we do turn a lot of people away. We did, I believe one of these cases, if it's not in this, it's next month, we had someone enter the gaming floor for 10 minutes, and then he turned 21 while on the gaming floor. So by the time we caught up with him, he was permitted to stay.
That's some detail. I just think it would provide, and I know it may be difficult to track if you're, or an additional step. It just occurs to me that it may be an additional context into these numbers, just based on the number of visitations that you have.
Yeah.
it would put more in perspective. But thank you.
Absolutely, we'll include that.
And I just had one
very good
comment.
point, Commissioner Zuniga. That context would be really helpful. Sorry, Commissioner Cameron.
No worries. I just had a comment, which was, in these times, I think the charitable work is so important. And I love that you couldn't eliminate any one of the 6 worthy candidates. That was terrific. And secondly, you don't realize, right, how much change adds up. So I think that those 4 charities are probably very grateful. And it's a great idea, right? It happens in the supermarket now and whatnot, but this is a good idea that you've incorporated for 4 very worthy charities. So good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm all set, Jackie. Thank you for the thorough report. But I think before we go into the poker discussion, I just want to check in with Chief Delaney and General Counsel Grossman. Do you want Jackie to go ahead and give that update, or would you like to set the stage? I am fine either way. General Counsel Grossman?
Well, Jackie seems to be on a roll, so I'm happy to have her continue on, and then I'll jump in with Joe and Mr. Band after.
Thank you. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you. First, just to be clear, we did not say never to poker. We have said just not at this time. We're constantly readjusting our offerings based on guest demand and feedback. For example, less than 2 years after opening, we've repositioned almost every single one of our food and beverage outlets. We had some guests who were pretty incredulous when we closed our beautiful buffet, but we listened, and we know that there was a plan for the opening of the sports lounge. Throughout this difficult time, we have really tried to be agile and responsive. However, we do have limited space, and the former poker area is currently occupied by some of our highest performing slot machines. During the pandemic, we made substantial changes to our floor to maximize our offerings. This included investing in some very large, and when I say large, I mean physically large, slot machines that take up quite a bit of space, not just a typical row of slots. Our guests love them, and the popularity of the loft area has grown exponentially. Further, as you are aware, we remain in continual hiring mode. We simply cannot find enough dealers, cashiers, or food servers. We're running dealer schools almost nonstop, and we are able to bring back any of our poker dealers on any other table game if they choose. We did offer to pay for dealer school if it was needed for any of the poker dealers in June 2020. Because of this labor crunch, reopening poker right now would necessitate the closure of other table games. We simply don't have the staff available to do both. We fully understand the impact of these changes to our valued guests, including our poker players. And if we could add another floor to the casino, we would. But we also have commitments to our shareholders and as our partner, the Commonwealth. Our management team is making very difficult decisions every single day. When to fully reopen the hotel, when to bring back breakfast in the Garden Cafe, how to program the outdoor space, maybe when it finally stops raining, repositioning Night Shift, Harborside Lounge, Cheese Meat Wine. And I can assure you that the return of poker is very much a part of this daily consideration. Again, not at this time.
Thank you for that report. So Jackie, if you could stay on, because I suspect there'll be some questions for you. I think that both Joe and Todd have, Todd, if you could just lay out some framework for us to understand, where we are with respect to the history of poker, et cetera.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. I think certainly anytime the commission is faced with a decision point, it's helpful to ensure a uniform understanding of the commission's authority over any particular matter. So to that end, I'm happy to just review a number of the legal principles that I believe will help guide your decision making. in this case. And of course, Mr. Delaney is standing by, as is Bruce Band, who has joined and is prepared to offer a broad survey as to the status of poker operations across the country. Any review of the Commission's authority, of course, necessarily begins with a look at Chapter 23K, and there are several provisions that I'd like to quickly draw your attention to, beginning with the broad, and then we'll work towards the narrow, that is to help address the poker-specific issue. First, we'll look at really quickly, some of the familiar provisions contained in Section 1 of Chapter 23K. They support a general conclusion, as we recall from other discussions, that the Commission is afforded fairly wide-ranging and broad authority to govern matters related to the operation of gaming establishments in the Commonwealth. And so there are two parts of Section 1 of Chapter 23K that I just wanted to mention. We're all very familiar with Provision 10, which provides that the power and authority granted to the Commission shall be construed as broadly as necessary for the implementation, administration, and enforcement of this chapter. There's also one other section that bears a mention in this context, and that's in Provision 9 of Section 1, that says that a license awarded by the Commission shall be revocable privilege, may be conditioned, suspended, or revoked upon a breach of the conditions of licensure, including failure to complete any phase of construction of the gaming establishment, or any promises made to the Commonwealth in return for receiving a gaming license. The other area to take a quick look at in under the heading of broad authority is contained in Section 21 in paragraph C in particular. Section 21, you may recall, discusses a number of the required conditions of licensure for all of our gaming licensees. Paragraph C, though, says that the Commission may include any reasonable additional requirements to the license condition. So that's the broad authority that the Commission is afforded over all areas related to gaming in the Commonwealth. The other areas that are of general application include some of the definitions, and those are, you'll recall, in Section 2 of Chapter 23K. The first definition to just be mindful of is that which defines what a Category 1 license actually is. And it says that it is a license issued by the Commission that permits the licensee to operate a gaming establishment with table games and slot machines, as distinguished from a Category 2 license, which just affords that operator the ability to operate 1,250 slot machines, but no table game. And then a table game itself, which is defined just as a game other than a slot machine, which is authorized by the Commission to be played in a gaming establishment. The next area to turn to is Section 18, which talks about some of the considerations that the Commission was required to think about when it determined to award the gaming licenses, and are the underpinnings of the gaming law to begin with. And there are just a couple of that I'd like to reference really quickly. I'm not going to go through all of them in Section 18, but the statute provides that the Commission, referring back now to the evaluation as to whether to award a gaming license, shall evaluate and issue a statement of findings as to how the applicant, now the licensees, proposes to advance the following objectives. And there are four in particular that I'd just like to mention. The first was that it consider how the applicant would realize maximum capital investment. There was one that talked about the consideration as to whether the applicant would be building a gaming establishment of high caliber with a variety of quality amenities. The next one talked about the applicant's ability to maximize revenues received by the Commonwealth. And then finally, the last one I wanted to note discussed whether the applicant would be offering the highest and best value to create a secure and robust gaming market in the region and the Commonwealth. So those are just some of the broad provisions of the law that are important to bear in mind as we now move towards some of the provisions that talk about that may help adjudicate this particular issue. And I think we should start by looking at, again, section 21 and paragraph A in particular, which provides that the commission shall prescribe the form of the gaming license, which shall include, but not be limited to, the following license conditions for each license. So there's a whole series of conditions that had to be included with any gaming license. But the one I wanted to just draw to your attention is the first one on the list, which says that the licensee shall have an affirmative obligation to abide by every statement made in its application to the commission, including all evaluation criteria and eligibility requirements. So the question becomes, what statements, if any, did the applicant make in its RFA2 application relative to offering poker? There are a few places, and a number of us have taken an opportunity to go through the RFA2 application to see what type of statements were made. And it was mentioned in a couple of different places, but the one that I think kind of illuminates the issue best is in response to question 4-10. This has been mentioned before. You'll recall there are two places it was mentioned. The application itself contained the boxes which each of the applicants typed their responses, the brief responses to the question, and then submitted an attachment where they really broke out the answer in a little more detail. But in the answer to question 10, when it came to Encore, it was noted that there will be an exclusive poker area with 25 dedicated poker tables covering all of the most popular poker games. And that essentially response was repeated in the more elaborate answer that was attached in response to question 4-10. And again, there are a couple of other areas where poker is mentioned, but those are the most definitive statements, if you will, relative to poker. Clearly, these statements, though, were made as part of a larger description of the gaming program itself that was envisioned at the time, and so should, of course, be considered in the context in which the statements were made, for certain. So that essentially covers Chapter 23K, but there is one other area that I would just like to bring to your attention today, and that's the license conditions that were attached to the award of the actual license. And we've already kind of discussed this, and I mentioned this before, but there is a condition, it's condition section 2 in provision 1 requires the licensee to comply with all requirements of Chapter 23K, including but not limited to all the conditions set forth in Chapter 23K, section 21A and B. So it specifically referenced the part about all the affirmative statements, compliance with all the affirmative statements made in the application. So in sum, the commission, in my opinion, has very broad and express authority to address this issue as it relates to the operation of gaming in the Commonwealth. And additionally, as always, the commission can, of course, promulgate any regulations or attach any license conditions to a gaming license to address any issue related to this sort of matter, certainly depending on the circumstances. I thought I would pause there for a moment and address any comments or questions relative to that. Otherwise, I know Mr. Band is standing by and prepared to discuss the status of poker operations in general.
Todd, yeah, if I could just frame it for the commissioners, at our last commission meeting, we thought that we had understood from Director Band that there were inquiries about poker. We had already, and Commissioner O'Brien, you will probably note this, we had already asked about poker offerings and understood that there might be a delay in the offerings. But given the increase in interest, we did want to make some inquiries today about the status, and we thank you for the rationales that you provided. I know Commissioner Cameron, Commissioner O'Brien, you laid out that that's what you would like to hear today. I don't think today we necessarily will make a decision or take a vote, but I do think that this is our chance to make the increase that we wanted to, and then we can revisit this if need be. either with some further thoughts or with some recommendations. With that, does that all make sense, commissioners, for today's purposes? I'm seeing a couple of, okay, I see 3 nods. All right. So with that, is there a commissioner who has a question for Jackie or for Todd or Joe or Bruce?
I have, Jackie, you talked about and I remember this from earlier meetings where you offered other training opportunities for poker dealers who potentially needed to be trained in other opportunities. And I thought I heard you say that offer was made in June of 2020. Have you made additional overtures to the poker dealers in terms of training opportunities, or was that just a one-off offer back in June of 20?
That was a one-off offer, but what we have done with all of our employees who are on furlough is let them know what job positions are available so that if they want to apply for any other job position, they certainly can do so.
But does the offer in terms of the free retraining still stand? Is that something that maybe, if it is, in fact, need to be messaged to them again?
We will train absolutely anyone who wants to be a dealer at our cost, yes.
Okay.
I just want to point out one other thing on the speaking that Todd read about what was in our application. The lead-in sentence to that particular provision does state that the property slot and table departments will constantly refresh the mix of slot and table games on the floor, ensuring that the most recent and popular games that appeal to all customer segments will be available. So I just wanted to put that one out there too.
Thank you, Jackie. I have to admit today, and I might be because I'm in my office, it's harder for me to hear. So if everybody can shout into their laptop, that would be great, or get close to the microphone. Commissioner Cameron, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a question about Director Ban explained to us that there were increased complaints. I guess I'd like to know what that really means, how many complaints, and kind of compare that to, Jackie told us they are listening to their clientele. So I'm wondering if they're complaining to us and maybe not to Encore, or are they expressing their concerns to both?
Yeah. Be honest with you, most of the time when we get these complaints, and a lot of them have been directed towards Encore, our senior supervisor shares them with Jackie in case they have a response or as well that might satisfy the complaint. Those complaints have probably gone from, we'd normally get maybe in a month 4 or 5, they've probably increased to 45 to 50 this month. You know, and some are just general statements. You know, should bring back poker or allow like a poker.
That is quite a few.
Is that 45 to 50 total, Bruce, or 45 to 50 a month?
No, that for the month.
Okay.
At Encore, it's gone up, like I say, from like 5 a month to about 45 to 50. I don't have the exact number right at my fingertip, but I should in 2 days.
Jackie, that seems like
I had a question.
Quite a few. Do you have?
I'm sorry, Bruce, I had a question. Maybe you can clarify. The 45, are they all individual new complaints, or are they repeated by the same smaller number of people, or how do they break down in that way?
They would be individual complaints from different people.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cameron, you still were speaking, sorry.
I wanted to know if it's requests or concerns about bringing poker back.
Yes, that's pretty much is about bringing poker back.
Okay, thank you. Another question, Commissioner Zuniga?
Yeah, let me, well, a question and then a comment. And I know you know we're not taking votes as you said, but Jackie, I I know it's a fluid situation. You talked about this not being a permanent decision, and I think that's the most relevant part of your comments. Have you contemplated, to the extent that you can speak about this, have you contemplated perhaps bringing some, not the full pro poker program, but maybe some area, maybe not the same way it was in the poker den, that was really, identifiable to poker customers. I know this gets into some of the details, operational details, but is that part of what you might be contemplating as a way to kind of accommodate some of these requests?
Absolutely. We've thought about far fewer tables. I think that poses some different operational issues and customer concerns as well, because I think they are likely to be packed. And we have concerns about that as well. Honestly, nothing's off the table. Right now, that area is working incredibly well. And I say it's working incredibly well right now. Our customers tend to change quite frequently. They're very vocal about when they're done with something. And so we try to listen to that and adjust accordingly.
Yep. Well, I feel compelled to say that as a matter of principle, I think I ought to be very deferential to the operational expertise of the licensees. We awarded them a license because, among many other things, one of the big things was the way they operate gaming and the recognition and the great companies that they are. I think they have heard this matter loud and clear, and I know that there's quite a bit of a level of uncertainty into how things might change. Even what we were talking about earlier, going back into our office, for example, turns into having to defer. There must be parallel considerations on the gaming operations. I also would underscore what you highlighted, Jackie, relative to your duty to shareholders and the Commonwealth in terms of revenues. And that is another aspect that the context is important. This is a particularly tough last year, a quarter with zero revenues. And if that's part of the mix, I think it's important to consider. I'm sure you're considering it, but I want to highlight it for the public record. So I look forward to your additional updates. I know before you said that you would make a decision before the end of the year. This is a statement you made in an earlier meeting when you were reopening. I'd ask you to continue to consider, given the interest by some of the best customers, whether that may be done earlier than the end of this year, which just seems far away. But again, I'm more of the mindset of deferring to you when it comes to operational issues, and certainly when it comes to gaming operational issues.
So if I could add my thoughts. Thank you, Commissioner. I agree. The term is that we often hear is micromanagement, and I'm not interested in micromanaging the world-class organization that you are. On the other hand, commitments were made early on for this license. We recognize this as a privilege, and we have our job to do to make sure that we are aware of certain business decisions that could impact some of the overriding objectives of our legislative mandate. I do note. Thank you, Councilor Grossman, for your thorough overview, and to be transparent, he also offered a very similar briefing in a silent mode to us so that we could digest it and do our own research. So in the long list of objectives that are to be achieved in determining the granting of the license, certainly it does say maximizing revenues received by the Commonwealth. And I'm hearing you, Jackie, say that this is a decision that you feel is bringing in the best revenue choices or best revenue outcomes, excuse me. Todd also highlighted number 13 in that list of 19, that there's an offering the highest and best value to create and secure a robust gaming market. And under license one, a category license of 1 versus 2, the distinction is in fact a very different tax rate, because there are table games being offered at as part of your overall resort casino application versus simply slots. And so today, I appreciate you noting the language, clarifying what Todd said. And I think it said basically that yes, poker was part of the original commitment, and it was a poker room of like 25 poker tables, but that there was also some piece in the application where you would be changing it up. But that was with respect to table games. And so today I'm hearing that the poker room has been replaced by very high revenue generating slot machines. And I appreciate that, again, given our overall desire to maximize revenues. You can imagine, though, I am thinking about that proverbial slippery slope, because with each table game comes another part of those objectives, which is in number 12, providing a high number of quality jobs in the gaming establishment. Already Commissioner O'Brien alluded to that. We know that table games provide more jobs than slot machines, or at least it's our, and I can be corrected immediately on that, but and careers. And so, I am thinking of that when I hear that certain options are being taken out, but that doesn't mean I don't also honor your business decision making. I think what I'm struck by is perhaps more the need for continued open communication, and perhaps we can set up a system to improve that. And that's something I'm going to be thinking about between now and our next meeting, that will at least put us on sort of fair notice. And I know that we did hear that you were going to put this off, but I think, I think that we welcome the opportunity for you to come in and explain your rationale as you did today. And perhaps some of those decisions we won't need public discussion on it, and then others we will. But I do think we have to look back at the initial promises, what the conditions attached to your license, and think about that. I'm pleased that your slot machines are doing well. I'm just right now at this point, okay, as Commissioner, maybe it was Commissioner Zuniga saying, are you going to maybe do some kind of another option, for poker in maybe a more limited fashion?
Sorry, someone came in, and so when I was shaking my head, no, it was not at you. It was, don't come in.
No, I'm so used to that, Jackie. I didn't even notice it. Don't come in. But you know what? We welcome all household co-workers. I don't know if you're at home today or in your office, but including every pet as part of our discussion. But that, so that's where I'm thinking is where there are changes, perhaps Director Wells, we can establish some kind of nothing that's going to create so much obstruction that's not efficient, but perhaps coordinated notice. And I know that Bruce sees and hears a lot, and I know we get information through Joe, but perhaps it's a coordinated front, so that we are aware when changes are occurring. I know, and Todd, you've informed me of this long before I joined the commission. Changes were made with respect to the promise, those early promises in the application. We understand the business will be evolving. We also understand you haven't had well, I don't think you've had a full year yet of 12 months of continued opening. So we understand it's fluid. We also understand that poker players may be more vocal than other players. I don't know. But I think that's intelligence that we're going to listen to and also put it in the proper perspective. But from my perspective today, I think this is an important discussion for us to have so that somehow changes are made too readily without our further consideration. I also think it's an important stat, and Joe, I think you have this, or maybe it's Bruce. Jackie, you have like more table games on the floor than your initial commitment, if I understand correctly.
That's correct. And if I could just address your point about jobs for a second, because I think that's a very important point. Part of the issue that we're facing right now is we have the jobs and we can't get people to fill the jobs. So that's part of the consideration, frankly, as well.
Yes, and I think that we're hearing that so widely, and that is part of why you're coming in today and giving the full rationale was so important, Jackie, for us to hear. Commissioners, I gave my thoughts. I want to give you another round of questions or comments that you want to make. Commissioner O'Brien, anything that you want to share or comment on?
The two issues I think have been discussed pretty substantially from my perspective, which is the offerings, particularly when you compare it to contiguous states, I'm sure goes into the factor in terms of the amenities offered, but the jobs implications in terms of not having an entire category of games, what that could mean, addressing that you're having trouble hiring people, maybe more vociferous outreach to offering retraining incentives to get these poker dealers retrained. If it is a question of needing bodies on the floor, maybe that's something to look at. And then I'm questioning whether we should have some sort of status for this topic, because we have a stretch now about 5 months or so between the original estimate in terms of where you're coming from. And if there's an uptick in queries to us on the topic, I think maybe it might be better to sort of calendar this, to have a check-in with Encore and MGM so that this is not something coming out in the press that then comes back to us, that maybe I think we should be a little more proactive about checking in on this rather than the December timeline we initially talked about.
That's very helpful. Commissioner Cameron, did you have additional comments or inquiries?
No, I think I understand both sides to this issue, and I agree that we should continue to certainly monitor. Did Mr. Band have a little more information for us?
Yes, I was going to go back. I think that it's really important for Bruce to comment on the lay of the land, because I think poker is in flux, correct, Bruce?
Yes, I can kind of tell you what's going on around the country. Rhode Island, their poker rooms are closed. Connecticut, both of them are open. In Maine, their poker rooms closed. New Hampshire, which are card rooms, all 9 are open. In New York, 3 of the 7 are open. New Jersey, 3 of the 10 are open. In Delaware, 1 of the 2 are open. Pennsylvania, 7 of the 11 are open. In Maryland, all 4 of them are open. North Carolina, they have 1 open. Georgia, 1 of the 2 are open. Florida, 25 of the 27 are open. In Arizona, 7 of the 12 are open. Arkansas, their 1 poker room is open. A moment here to turn the page. In California, 37 of the 48 are open. Colorado, 4 of the 5 are open. Illinois, 4 of the 8 are open. Indiana, 4 of the 7 are open. In Iowa, 4 of the 9 are open. In Kansas, all 3 are open. Louisiana, 5 of 11 are open. Michigan, 6 of the 8 are open. In Minnesota, 3 of 6 are open. In Mississippi, 6 of 8 are open. In Missouri, 4 of 6 are open. In Nevada, 28 of 43 are open. In New Mexico, 2 of 5 are open. In Ohio, all 6 are open. Oklahoma, 10 of 12 are open. Oregon, 11 of 14 are open. South Dakota, 3 of 6 are open. Texas, all 35 are open. Washington, 14 of 20 are open. West Virginia, 2 of 5 are open. And in Wisconsin, 1 of 4 are open. It's a lot of poker across the country, I'll tell you that. Any other questions with that, or?
Very comprehensive, Bruce. Thank you. Very helpful. It does show, though, that it's not 100% across the country, but there is a lot of poker still being played. And it would be fascinating, and I don't think we'll be able to get to drill down on this, but I wonder how much the workforce shortage is playing into this.
Yes.
Or if it is a matter of where poker is in as a favorable game right now. So we can stay tuned and watch that, Loretta and Bruce, and get the input from the licensees. Enrique, Commissioner Zuniga, do you have more questions or comments for?
Thank you. Just to reiterate perhaps the emerging conclusion that we'd love to hear about this as a matter of public interest in the future. I'll reiterate the point I made before that I attribute a great deference when it comes to operational issues, certainly on gaming, to our licensees. And I think they've heard loud and clear the interest out there. If we're getting a lot of inquiries and statements, as Bruce says, I know for sure that Anchor is hearing them as well and taking them in consideration with everything else they hear, including the rest of their operations. So I look forward to more on this. But for now, I thank both Jackie for her initial remarks and Todd for the great framework for our authority, which I think is broad, but continue to think that deference here is the operative word. And Bruce for all that great research on what's going on around the country.
Thank you.
Before we break, Chief Delaney, do you have anything you wish to add, or are you all set?
No, I think I'm all set. I think Todd incorporated my comments in with his as well, so I think I'm all set. Excellent.
So Jackie, thank you for, first off, your initial presentation, and then of course for responding to our request for this update. We'll check in with you on some further updates on this, and just really, I view it as somewhat just monitoring the ramping up efforts as hopefully public health trends continue favorably in Massachusetts. I know it's a difficult time right now, but let's all knock on wood and hope that you can continue to ramp up the business, and also that these challenges around workforce will start to shift, because it's really tough.
Thank you, and we'll continue to provide you with updates as requested, or we can do that anytime.
Yeah, and we know that. So again, we really appreciate you coming in. We appreciate your transparency and frankness, truly, and it gives us the opportunity to make sure we're doing our jobs as well. So thank you. Okay, all set, commissioners? Jackie can go talk to whoever was trying to speak to her earlier. Okay, excellent. Then if we could go on for item number 6, or do folks feel they need a break now? Okay, we'll go on to, did I read that right?
I was agreeing on the break, but I'm happy to be persuaded otherwise.
I would love to go for a couple more items, and then if we need to take a little bit of a short break for a bite, but not lunch break, if that's possible. It is, we are working toward a 1 o'clock finish. So,
okay.
So Chief Skinner, I'm looking for you. There you are.
Here.
You always have a beautiful background. Thank you. This is on MGM's beverage license. Thank you very much, Nikisha.
Sorry, thank you. Good morning or good afternoon now. It's noon, Chair and Commissioners. For your review and consideration today is a request for approval of MGM Springfield's gaming beverage license renewal. Their current license expires on August 15th, 2021. The renewal application was timely submitted on July 1st, 2021, in accordance with the regulation, which requires that the application be submitted 45 days before the current license expires. The application was deemed administratively complete on July 27th, just worked out some final details and documents that were owed. But you have a copy of the full application in your packet, with the exception of the certificate of insurance. That didn't make it to the packet, but I'm happy to circulate it after the meeting for anyone that deems it necessary. The renewal consists of MGM's master license, which includes 24 licensed areas. And I won't take precious time reading the names of all of them, but you also have in your packet the appendix, which details each of the areas, including the floor plans, a description of how the alcoholic beverages will be stored and secured. It talks about whether bottle service is offered at each of the venues, hours of service, and capacity. And that's all the information required to be contained in the application. I do want to call your attention to licensed area number 17 for an adjustment. 17 is space previously occupied by a vendor, Crystal Candle. But Crystal Candle did not renew its contract with MGM, and the space is currently vacant. So we're not seeking license renewal for that area today. There are 2 license areas that involve jointly responsible persons. One is Wahlburgers, just recently licensed, and the other is Regal Cinema, who was part of the initial license. Or actually, I don't want to misspeak. I don't know if they were part of the initial license because I wasn't on board, but they were previously licensed is a better way to say that. All the other licensed areas are operated by MGM. And if approved, this will be MGM's second renewal. I understand that MGM has a good record of compliance overall, but I'm turning it over to IEB to speak to that and to report out their findings relative to compliance. Loretta, I don't know if you want to take it on.
I'm sorry, I was on mute for that. There has been a strong history of compliance with no significant matters of concern to note. Bruce, I don't know if in the recent past you wanted to note anything like during these months of the these past challenging months, 17 months, but feel free to jump in on that.
Angela has the full report on that.
So awesome. Of course, I should have known. I apologize, Angela. Go right ahead.
Oh yeah, I prepared a brief statement touching on the three aspects of the team's audits and inspections relating to the noted areas detailed in the appendix of the gaming beverage license renewal application. And after my statement, I'll be happy to answer any questions. First, with regards to storage and security of alcohol outlets listed in the application, the IEB conducts routine inspections. We complete physical inspections, such as ensuring beer taps are locked and alcohol storage areas are secured. We also complete audits, reviews, and investigations using the surveillance system located in the state office. The surveillance system enhances our ability to ensure compliance to state regulations and laws relating to alcohol by allowing reviews and investigations to be performed both proactively during our routine audits and through reviews and in follow-up to any incidents that may occur on the floor. When incidents do occur, we continue to have good communications with MGM surveillance team and our gaming enforcement unit relating to all incidents related to compliance concerns. The IEB routinely conducts reviews using the surveillance system. If an incident does involve possible overservice, the IEB will review the patron's time on property, the number of alcoholic beverages served, and which food and beverage employees serve the alcohol. Through these inspections and reviews, the IEB has recorded minimal instances of alcohol related to non-compliance issues. Our observations, both positive feedback and concerns, are discussed with MGM compliance and are followed up with additional training or coaching for their employees if applicable. Lastly, the IEB and MGM maintain a relationship with the Alcohol Beverage Control Commission. The ABCC routinely conducts unannounced on-site inspections, reporting minimal issues to date. In closing, MGM has been very receptive to our findings and maintains exceptional compliance with regards to alcohol service and storage. With that said, the IEB recommends the renewal of MGM's liquor license for all requested outlets. And please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Nikisha?
So as Angela, stated, it's also my recommendation that the commission approve MGM's gaming beverage renewal application. I do believe as part of the vote, and I'm happy to take questions as well, but as part of the vote, we need to make some amendment to that to account for the licensed area 17, the elimination of that from your consideration.
Questions for Nikisha and the IEB team? Commissioner Zuniga.
Yeah, thank you. Nikisha, you mentioned that Kringle, is it Kringle Candle?
It might be Kringle Candle. I'm sorry. I've been saying Crystal Candle. It might be.
Okay. No, I mentioned that only to clarify it's the old church space, right?
Yes, the converted church space.
Yeah. And so is your recommendation or part of the analysis that that area won't be licensed until there's another tenant?
That's right.
Or is it that the tenant, Kringle, is no longer licensed, but the space remains licensed? I'm wondering about a couple of things.
You mean if it can be automatically transferred to a new tenant?
Or remain or keep the area license without that tenant. I have a couple of scenarios. First, I wonder if MGM would ever want to use it for special events like they have in the Armory, for example, or if we can license that area in short order as soon as they have another tenant. It occurred to me that, I'm sure we could do that second scenario, but I know that that might be having that license, if you will, might be a good asset towards occupying that space from a subsequent tenant. Are they okay with that at this point?
That's right, Commissioner. a couple of things. The area is vacant, and Kringle Candle has not renewed, so they will not be back. As I understand it, MGM doesn't have a definitive plan with respect to the space. They are having internal discussions right now as to how to, repurpose it. But I think that they do plan to operate it themselves and not lease it out. Again, discussions are still happening, so they haven't made any final plans. The example you gave about the armory and utilizing this space for special events in the same way, that's definitely up for consideration. MGM spoke specifically to that. They also talked about potentially using the space as a cafe type area. And so I think while MGM is still trying to figure out what they're going to do exactly to that property, I think that we should defer any consideration. You should defer any consideration to license the space until the licensing division and IEB has an opportunity to sit and understand exactly how MGM intends to utilize the space so that we can properly inform you as to that. So I would not recommend licensing that space as a vacant space, just understanding that we don't know what will ultimately go there.
Fair enough. So I suppose that does answer my question relative to we could react in short order if they get a tenant or a plan for that space, or they decide to operate themselves in a particular way and come back to a future meeting and approve that space only.
I think Commissioner O'Brien was chiming in, yes.
Well, it's funny, so Enrique, I had the question in my head, so I went to 17, and the thing that absolutely makes me agree that we should hold off is sort of alcohol distribution area TBD. And so without knowing that distribution area, of course, IB has to go in too and make sure not only that the storage is secure, but are the cameras sufficient for, security, all that sort of thing. So it would seem to me that I think we can move in short order when they come back with the plan. It would be isolated and very easy to amend this. But until you know where that area is going to be and security, et cetera, I think it is the appropriate approach that she's recommending, that we just take 17 out at this point, and unless and until they decide what they want to do with it.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that that if there is another use, I think you point out, Commissioner Zuniga, we can be responsive quickly, correct, Chief Skinner?
That's correct, Chair and Commissioner Zuniga. We just recently licensed Wahlburgers for MGM, what would be a similar process whereby they're seeking an amendment to their master license so that we could get it done in short order.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Nikisha, Commissioner Zuniga and I were out at a visit at MGM Springfield with a few others. We did see that right now the Commonwealth Bar is being used for space for slot machines. I think they have plans for the future of bringing that back as a bar. Did that come up at all? That I'm not even sure if they're running it as a bar now. And it didn't look like they would have a bar going, but does that impact the analysis at all?
Yes. So I am not aware that space is not being utilized or not serving alcoholic beverages. I don't know if Bruce or Angela has any insight there.
Yeah.
I think I'm sorry, but my understanding there are cocktail servers now. So alcohol is being served at least through the cocktail servers. But Angela, if you can shed any more light on that.
The cocktail service continues in that area?
Angela, I'm so sorry. I can't hear you. You'll have to get close to your microphone.
Can you hear me better now?
I can, thank you.
Okay. So just to follow up on Loretta's comment, the alcohol service continues in there through the beverage servers? And the bar area, which was active when it was a lounge, is a slot, on a bar top slot machines. They're being used, but there's no bartender behind that bank of bar top machines.
Does this is probably a question I should know the answer to by now, and I'm embarrassed to ask. Does the license cover both serving on into the area, or is it that there's a bar and liquor being dispensed in the area? Or is it both?
It's both.
So we would need, even if they didn't have the bar going, it would be the same certificate if they're bringing the drinks to patrons who are playing at the slot machine?
That's my understanding as well. Yes. Nikisha, is that your understanding?
It is. I'm looking at, we're talking about, is it area 6 that you're referring to, Chair?
I don't have the number in front of me. It's the Commonwealth Lounge.
Yes.
That's right.
Area 6.
Yes. So Commonwealth Bar Lounge. It is my understanding that space will operate exactly as it did under the as it does under the current license. I'm not aware that there are any changes to that.
So it sounds like the only change is there is no active bartender service, which there had been up until they decided to suspend that during COVID.
Right, it was suspended by it was required, when bar service was eliminated for COVID reasons. When efforts made to reutilize that space, transition to the beverage servers, the bar has not been reopened. We did have some discussions with MGM probably about a month ago. They are working on plans tentatively around the fall to reopen the space with slightly different modeling than it was previously, but more of a lounge atmosphere. They haven't finalized their plan, so I don't want to get ahead of myself yet. But as of about a month ago, the conversation was they intended to reopen to a lounge atmosphere, a little bit different than it had been before, but more of the full lounge atmosphere as opposed to the slots and no bar service that has been going on for, during this period post-COVID.
Madam Chair,
I'm thinking this, Todd, there wouldn't be any impact to, if they don't have it going, if we still go ahead and license, correct? Or is that problematic?
No, I think it's okay. And I just wanted to also point out that the Commonwealth Bar, I believe, is included as part of the gaming area. So as for service purposes, is covered under the gaming beverage license, which is under a different.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
So I think they're covered to serve alcoholic beverages in there from the gaming floor bar.
So that takes care of those cocktail servers who are coming in with the drinks. What I understand is that the certificate that we're going to issue today that's being recommended is for the actual bar operation for that bar. And just for folks, we should know right now it's not operating as a bar. And I guess my question is there any danger in including it as in the certificate if it's not operating, or if their intention, we believe, is to open it up? It is right now. It's used for slot machines, not just the ones at the bar, but
yeah, I think Bruce has a comment.
Thank you,
I believe
Bruce.
that the cocktail waitresses worked out from behind the bar, which is part of it, is where they get a lot of their drinks. Am I correct, Angela?
No, the weekends. it was busy and they had bartender in there.
Yeah. They do work out of that
Oh,
bar
that
to
bar
service
is
the floor.
functional.
Yeah, it is functional.
Oh, okay, that's helpful to know.
Yeah, so they don't actually work over the bar, but they do mix drinks and stuff that serve the floor out of there. So it is operational.
And with all the machines and everything, you still have the surveillance you need to be able to watch that?
Correct.
Excellent.
Yeah, we do.
And Chair and Commissioners, I apologize for not being prepared for this portion of the discussion. I was unaware that there were some changes in sort of the configuration of the space. So
No apologies needed. Just sorting it out, but it doesn't sound like it affects your analysis at all, Nikisha.
Given that Bruce has confirmed that the bar is still operating there, I agree.
And they're keeping alcohol there, it sounds like. So we need to monitor it as a bar. Okay. Helpful, right, commissioners? Right? Okay.
This is an added note, the bar section that is being operated are the smart bars. So the cocktail servers use the machines to mix the drinks rather than, like a traditional bartender would prepare the drinks in front of the patron.
It's a smart bar behind, is that behind the?
Well, it's right and back of the bar. It's if you look at section 6, it's just behind there.
It's part of the bar makeup itself, the smart bar. So
On our tour, I got to see one, Bruce.
okay.
I did ask, so.
Okay.
It wasn't that one, it was a different one.
Yes. They are located all over the floor, so that's
Yeah. Any further questions for Nikisha?
It's not a question, I guess, just to clarify that as requested and as proposed that we approve, it allows MGM to go back to having a bartender without having to come back to us, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
But they would have to come back to us with respect to the church space.
Correct, right.
So Nikisha, you need from the commission today authorization to a vote. Are there any further questions that we need Nikisha to address? If not, are we prepared to vote today? Okay. Commissioner O'Brien?
Certainly, Madam Chair, I move that the Commission renew the gaming beverage license issued to MGM Springfield, including all license areas described and depicted in the application, with the exception of space number 17, formerly occupied by Kringle Candle, contained in the Commissioner's packet and reviewed today, incorporating all terms and conditions described in Chapter 23K 205 CMR and included in the submitted applications for a term of 3 years ending August 15th, 2024, in accordance with 205 CMR 136.061.
Second.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments for Nikisha or Lorettsky? Okay. Roll call vote. Commissioner Cameron?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga?
Aye.
And I vote yes. Vivian, you shifted 4-0. Thank you. And Nikisha, thank you so much. There's a lot of fluid parts right now because of COVID, and I think we just had the advantage of the tour to see that. So thank you. Very comprehensive memorandum packet. All set?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you also to my IEB team.
And thank you, Lisa. I see you. I didn't want you to think I hadn't noticed your beautiful background. Thank you. Okay, and Angela, thank you so much for the report. All right, then I think we can 12:25. We could move on to Director Wells, or should we take a 10-minute break now to get a quick something? The goal, of course, again, is I think Marianne, that we might be able to be closer to 1 o'clock. It will look like we're getting close. Do we need a quick break? Okay. I'm going to suggest that we then reconvene. Gosh, I can't read my watch time. So it's 12:30 now. How about 20 of 1?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. 40, Austin. Thank you. I'll check in and make sure we're all here again. Commissioner Cameron.
I am here.
Commissioner O'Brien. Yep. Thank you.
Hi,
Commissioner.
sorry, finishing
Thank
my
you.
pack.
Great. Commissioner Zuniga.
Here.
Okay, we're all set to reconvene again. Public meeting number 350. So we thank Keisha Skinner again for the work on the MGM beverage license. And we're moving on now to you, Executive Director Wells, on the MGC annual salary review.
Yes, thank you very much. So Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm pleased to request that in recognition of just the outstanding work that's been accomplished during this really trying year, and acknowledging that during FY21, the MGC did not give agency-wide raises due to the uncertainty of the pandemic and the closures of the casinos. Derek Lennon and I, the CFO, and I have been working on the budget, and we're asking that the commission approve salary adjustments for the employees here at the MGC. The commission voted on the FY22 budget on June 14, 2021, which allowed for $287,800 in compensation adjustments. So as far as how that's used, we are recommending that we do use that amount, and that would be a 4% increase to all employees' base salary, which accounts for both a raise and a cost of living adjustment or COLA for FY21 and FY22. And then there's a small amount of money that we could use for a one-time COVID bonus. You know, we do recognize there's employee service during the pandemic. And one thing in particular that came up when we were doing some briefings on this was the racing employees, that some of those, in particular seasonal employees, because of the shortened season, that impacted them in an economic way. So we wanted to bring that to the commission's attention and bring that up as a potential for raises. Derek is on for any further explanation on where we got to the COLA and the raise increase, but it's a combination of both, and we're recognizing there has been a cost of living adjustment, and we also recognize just the outstanding work and the performance that has gone on in the past year in really trying times. And there have been employees, for example, that have gone back to face-to-face interaction, like racing, gaming agents during the pandemic time. So that's the framework for the recommendation is the 4%, and then I think there may be some opportunity for discussion on what to do with the bonus pool and how that would be dispersed. So that's sort of where we're starting right now.
Commissioners, who would like to ask Karen some questions? And thank you for that report.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Brien.
I don't really have a lot of questions other than I wanted to sort of reiterate what I had expressed to Karen and Derek during the briefing, which is, my general support for the recommendation. When it comes to the bonuses, I had one concern in terms of timing right now, because, as we just heard, our licensees are coming out of COVID and trying to do open amenities, et cetera. I don't know what the financial impact is overall of sort of flat bonuses to everybody. It sounds like it's something we can handle, but I was, wanting to be mindful of the economic situation that we're in terms of the timing, doing the COLA and the bonuses simultaneously. In terms of the bonuses and the distribution and the sizes, I've said this before and I'll reiterate it in this forum, which is COVID and that experience for all of us has been taxing and trying. I do think there are certain categories of our employees who bore more of the brunt of the financial impact and took more of the hazard risk in terms of front facing than some of us did. And I think horse racing is the first one that comes to mind in terms of bearing the biggest economic impact, and the seasonal employees losing months of their season in 2020 and relying on unemployment and not having full employment status like the rest of our employees did. And then from day one, in the end of June, getting ready to be open in July, they were front facing with the public in a way that none of our other employees were asked to be, and they continue to be. So to me, I'd rather see a tiering of the bonus in terms of I'd like to acknowledge whether you call it hazard pay or acknowledgement of sort of the excessive risk and impact that some of those employees had. I do think that to some extent, gaming agents were the next category down in terms of that front-facing risk. So I would like to have a conversation about the bonuses being adjusted to some way rather than flat to everybody to recognize what was an increased economic hit and front-facing risk that those racing employees and to some extent gaming agents took.
Could I add to that? I happened to be in the same briefing with Commissioner O'Brien, and we did discuss all of the employees and the work that they've done during this time. And I totally agree with Commissioner O'Brien, and racing in particular, two reasons, right? They have been pretty much back the whole time. And then they did have an economic hardship where they were not working at all since they are seasonal, because we started that racing season later. I believe it was July rather than April or at the end of June. So and then boom, they've been hard at it ever since in a forward facing, in a hazardous kind of a situation. So I really very much agree with that. First of all, I totally agree with the 4% for everybody. All of our staff is deserving. The rationale was sound to me when it was explained by Karen and Derek. I am supportive of that. And as far as bonuses go, I kind of like the tiered approach as well. Racing having more of a hardship, and then gaming agents would be next, because they did also go in and be in the office at a time when, or rather go in and be in the casinos when a time when many of us were not doing that. So I think that they deserve that consideration as well.
Commissioner Cameron, could you explain what you mean by tiered?
Well, we talked about numbers, and the numbers that we came up, that we thought about in just this limited briefing was maybe $1,000 to our racing employees because of the additional, the longer responsibility and the fact that they were impacted by not being called back to work for a couple of months. And then maybe gaming agents, say $500, because they in fact did come back early and have responsibilities on the floor as well, but they were not impacted financially. We were able to keep them all on, unlike the racing employees. So those are the discussions we had that made a lot of sense to me during the briefing.
And so there would be no bonus for the other?
No, I think the 4% absolutely is well deserving for all the other employees within the MGC. But the bonuses.
So you're saying 1,000 for racing and something for GEU, and not a bonus for other.
Correct.
Okay. And correct. Commissioner O'Brien, does that reflect your discussion as well, or your thought, or your recommendation? Commissioner Zuniga.
Thank you. I can see that that rationale and that thought process. I guess I was initially of the mindset of a lot of other people whose situation we don't know about because of their home environment or their childcare duties or any number of variables that may also have or merit some consideration, which would be very difficult to get into. In that context, I was in agreement with the recommendation of a flat bonus to everybody. I recognize that these particular two categories, especially the license racing, is perhaps stands separately, that merits some consideration. But I'm thinking of recognizing the reality of everybody, which, by the way, the 4% does indeed partially do that, in addition with keeping up with some of the inflation and, recognizing the past year, which we didn't do anything. But when it came to the bonus, I came with that perspective about, again, a number of people that we may know little about in terms of their personal situation that may warrant a little recognition. But I'm happy to, do the most we can within the confines of whatever we already have budgeted for. And if that means some additional discretion to Director Wells, I'm happy to do that, or whatever the case may be.
So I'll give my initial thoughts, and then we can have Karen elaborate. In terms of the research I've done and the some work I've done with respect to charitable organizations, in which I have some leadership positions, it is not unusual to recognize that this has been an extraordinary year, and compensating for COVID costs have been addressed. So I'm very comfortable separating the 4% cost of living from a discussion around a COVID bonus, if you will. I feel strongly that this team performed their duties from their home throughout the time. There was no pause. We went from shutting down our offices on March 14th of 2020. And because of the work of many, much the IT, but with everyone's training, everyone's input, all in, getting their equipment from IT, doing everything they can to meet with their managers, we were able to continue our work seamlessly. So we acknowledge all along the way that working from home did in many ways create a safer environment because we weren't exposed to COVID. At the same time, working from home also meant using resources like your bandwidth, paying for your electricity, tending to, some of you went ahead and bought new equipment so you could be even more efficient for us. It all was because you were all on the team. It is no secret that when we sent Dr. Lightbound to the first horse races, I know I was choked up and I was worried and very concerned about our teams being out in the public. And this felt the same way with respect to being at the casino floors once they started open for our GEU and for our gaming agents. But I have to say, I worried equally about those who were at home, some more isolated than others, who would have liked to have been in a different environment than what they were in to perform their job. It wasn't, I'm not going to the office, so it's fun and games. We were holding, managers were holding regular meetings, and there was accountability, there was productivity, and we've been able to have more than the meetings we wanted because our team demanded them of us, including today's full agenda. So I understand, I'm hearing, Karen, and I think this is maybe a follow-up question.
Yeah.
That we have funding to do a bonus. I think there's some discretion to make up for the racing division because, I think we just learned that their salaries took a hit because of the shortened season. If we could exercise some discretion around that piece, I would recommend that all of the team receive the same amount with that discretion around racing. And I suspect that our entire team would feel real comfortable with that because you know what? You all were in it together. You all supported each other. And we asked that of you. And I mean, we haven't been able to be together in a room, but there have been many times where I felt that all of you were supporting each other across departments. And you knew that some of you were confined in home situations that weren't perfect, but you had to do your job from that. Others were going up to the casino, and you all had the same worries and concerns for each other's health and well-being. And so for that, I think I'm comfortable with advocating that if there is money that was part of our funding, and I am sensitive to the licensees, like Commissioner O'Brien pointed out. I think this is a very good time as we continue to face uncertainties to say thank you across the board.
I don't think any of us are saying that every employee isn't valued and every employee isn't worthy. Right. I'm certainly not saying that. But with a limited pool, which is what my understanding was, we were trying to come up with something and knowing that we were in agreement that 4% was absolutely warranted. We were trying to come up with some ideas that did value that public-facing pieces of the organization, that hazardous piece of the organization. And that was our thought process. Now, what I don't know is if there's consideration and ability to say, give every team member a certain amount, because absolutely there would be. But then
that was my question for Karen, Commissioner. Yeah, that was my question for Karen. Yeah.
Right. But then recognize those maybe additionally who have had a financial hardship, and I do think that consideration for gaming agents as well who have been out there is worthy of a discussion as part of this.
Okay. So to Commissioner O'Brien's initial question, I think there is, and I'll defer to our CFO for the exact numbers. I think there is money in the budget to do this sort of tiered approach. What I'm hearing is, I'm hearing, two very valid points of view on how to do this, but we could work it out so there is sort of a 3-tiered approach and split the money up that way. I think always recognizing we'd be within our budget. And Derek, I think there is sufficient to do that with this sort of 1,500 and maybe, split up the rest for the rest of the employees, something like that. And that way you recognize the folks that have been forward facing or have had financial hardship. And I realize that, from my perspective, the most important thing I think you've all acknowledged is this 4%. That's the big chunk. This is a nominal appreciation fee, amount. And so this is that gesture that just is a tangible way to say, look, we recognize this was a really hard year. So that, Karen, financially, it's not nearly as important as the 4%, which I sense.
Yeah. And Karen, maybe it's helpful to give the range of what the bonus would be so that everyone understands. Did you say it already?
Well, I thought,
go back to the math, right, Karen? If you're saying,
right. So hypothetically,
third tier is.
Right.
Yeah,
so
we'd have to go back and run the numbers, because what we ran was the 4% first. That got us about 250,000 in increased salaries annually. Then that left us 36,000 and change for what was built into the budget. So that was the $500 evenly distributed. Now, racing is a different animal because racing is funded by their trust fund, and they had some extra money rolling into this year, which you'll see in their annual report, because their season was shortened, but they have such high numbers coming in through their call-in bets. I apologize. I have someone in the hospital, so I've got the text. I have a family member in surgery, so I have text flying in. Racing, they have the money for the $1,000. I've already gone over that with Chad and with Alex. And on the gaming side, the 500 would be even. So it's just rerunning the numbers as what do you want to put as a frontline position, and as you start going through those discussion points, maybe you add a few other positions too, which we contemplated, right? Like there are some people in licensing that were actual taking prints, right? Forward facing rather than some of us who are just going into the office where no one else is in there. So, you know, there's that consideration, I think, as well. And look, I think the main point that you bring up is it's a 4% raise, and for an agency that got 0 last year, that's a huge raise. You know, so I think that's very great, and anything that can be given out on top of that is really nice, because normally we would have taken that additional money and put it back to the licensees. So you know, I think it's a great message. I think it's a great message to employees that they're valued, and no matter what comes out of it, I mean, the racing piece, to be honest, the commissioners, I hadn't even contemplated the shortness of the season. So that was brought up, and that's a real impact. That's a real financial impact to them. So, you know, I think the more you talk about this, the better clarity you get around the real impacts to people.
Right.
So we talked.
Would require more conversation with directors and you, Karen, in terms of, you know, we've set out 2 general categories of front facing, but to Derek's point, you know, there may be an individual who would also qualify as something. So I don't know if you need to go back and do the numbers, or you want discretion to be, say, that other category of front facing that didn't fall into, you know, racing. And
well, I think that you need to have a vote today. Is that right? I think were you thinking of going back, Commissioner O'Brien? Is that what you were just suggesting?
No, I meant whether we could absolutely, I mean, there's clearly unanimity on the 4%.
Yeah.
And so that's clear to me, and then a vote would effectuate that for them as soon as they can. The question is there a further vote today with general parameters, or is it cleaner to go back and take a better look at making sure we don't forget any forward-facing employee that we haven't contemplated in gaming agents before giving, or do we give you some sort of parameters to go ahead and have the discretion to deal with those people as well, like the people that took the prints and stuff?
Right. And the, you know, it's outlined in the memo. The plan for if should the commission approve the raise and the bonus was to implement, I think it's the second pay period of September, but retroactive for the full fiscal year. So they get it back until, you know, starting July 1st. So that was the plan. So either way would work for our operations. We have time to do that. So I don't know, Derek, I don't have any strong feeling either way.
No, I mean, so if we voted on the 4% now, that gives Troopty and the team plenty of time to get that into HRCMS. And then for the one-time bonuses, whether you get it in that same, you may want to spread it out so you don't get taxed as heavy because they tax per pay period. So if you did the one-time bonus in another pay period, you wouldn't jump up to the highest tax category.
No.
So it may actually be beneficial to spread those.
And so I think what I'm hearing is we could vote today on the 4%, and then we come back. I'm hearing that maybe, Commissioner Zuniga, do you wish to have the tiered approach, or would you be comfortable with with the discretion being given on the horse racing, and then have everyone receive the same?
Well, I was, it's a mix. I was persuaded on the tiered approach, but comfortable with giving the you know, Karen the discretion, Karen and Derek, to you know, with, as Commissioner O'Brien says, with some parameters, you know, tier it accordingly. As long as the third category was not 0, meaning that everybody gets something within the confines of.
Is that what you're proposing, to have Karen make the decision? Commissioner O'Brien, is that what I'm hearing?
That's one of the options.
It was more what Commissioner Cameron and I had talked about with the 1,000 for the horse racing, 500 for the gaming agents. And then you would have to go back and determine what less than the 500 would be available for everyone else. But there may be an individual who we weren't thinking of, like the person in licensing who had to take fingerprints, et cetera, who was front facing, that should maybe fall somewhere in between the 500 and what everyone else is getting. I'm comfortable giving that discretion for that handful of people to Karen and Derek in communication with their supervisors, but I don't know if everyone else is.
So that
which case we
proposal is that it's
for the-
only the folks that horse racing and the gaming agents and somebody else that maybe is outward facing, and then no bonuses for the other people. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, that's
No,
not correct.
a lesser bonus.
A lesser
Yeah.
bonus there, and there may be this fourth category of people that are forward facing that we haven't contemplated in the gaming agents or horse racing that may merit getting something other than what everyone else is getting, something slightly elevated, but less than GEU and horse racing.
And I think the new information here is that racing can support the $1,000 within their own budget, which leaves a bigger chunk of that 36 for the entire team. So that's a win-win as far as I can see.
Right, so it may work out through the numbers that the forward-facing people might get more than 500, and we could, you know, and then figure out what
and
the
I want to
other-
note, I want to note that I again am uncomfortable suggesting that people didn't have other challenges while at home. And so, you know, I'm hearing us going like, oh, you know, if you're more forward facing, that means you get a bigger bonus, but not as much. And so I'm going to put it on the record. I'm uncomfortable with this, not because I don't appreciate the dangers that they encountered and the hardship of it. What I don't know is what the people who were at home were facing. We don't know the conditions that every one of our colleagues worked on. And I am reiterating, one of our CEOs said it to me, and that's why I'm repeating it here. I have to repeat to our entire team frequently that they don't know what is going on in the home place. And so, you know, I'm hearing what we know. We know about the forward facing. We don't know what all of our team encountered working at home where they could not go to the office. We told them they could not.
But that's what the bonus
And they had
is.
also to provide their equipment and their electricity and their bandwidth. And so I want to just note my observation that we want to be very careful not to assume anything about what our team was encountering.
I don't think anyone is assuming anything, Madam Chair. That's what the bonus is. And I think what we do know are requirements for front-facing mandated by people's positions at the MGC. And so to me, that merits amplifying the bonus because we know their day-to-day job duties mandated. They go out forward-facing in these circumstances. In a way, everyone had challenges at home.
And my point, Commissioner O'Brien, is we mandated people to stay at home.
But we didn't mandate to go out into public and
no, but we mandated them to stay at home.
For this category.
I think we can all say that we recognize everyone and we value everyone. It's just that I think we have a consensus that the forward-facing folks are in our opinion, in worthy. Worthy's not even the right word, but we just want to value that because we know the hazard that they faced. We know that, we understand that, we value that. That's
okay. And Commissioner Zuniga, you're in agreement with that? Because I want to make sure a consensus.
Yeah, no, I recognize your point fully, Chair. I do think that in the spirit of consensus, as I mentioned earlier, as long as the third tier is not zero, which nobody's talking about, everybody's talking maybe whatever it comes out to be, 400 or 600, 400, whatever it is. And that's why I think we should recognize, we should keep that discretion, or we can come back if you want for a future vote. As long as there's, some recognition for that third category of people who were mandated to stay home for the interest of everyone, and that accomplishes that recognition, those uncertainties of what, those things that we don't know, those things that you speak about, whatever additional accommodation or equipment or what have you. I should also say, maybe this goes without saying, I think Karen mentioned this. This is really in the gesture category, you know.
Yes.
400
yes,
or
exactly.
400 to 500 is not going to break the bank on anybody. It's not going to make the big difference. I think it's really just going to recognize, you know, the realities of I guess different situations, and as long as we're all in agreement that, you know, everyone else who had to stay home did encounter hardships of their own, and that whatever it is goes to at least acknowledge that. I'm in agreement with the consensus that seems to be emerging.
Okay, so I'm hearing that there's 3 who would like the tier approach. Karen, why don't you come up with what the numbers are? And it sounds as though there would be discretion for you and Derek to come up with how you want to award that. Again, I'm on the record to saying that for unity purposes, I would have loved to have seen it be a bonus across the board, because I, in my heart of hearts, think that's really the culture of our organization, with the understanding that some jobs are public and forward-facing, and others have been, you know, using their bandwidth and doing their jobs at home and tending to all that comes with the challenges of working from home. So I want to be on the record. That doesn't mean in any way I minimize the dangers, and I think I'm on the record clearly over this period stating that. I don't think we probably need to revisit this. I am hearing Derek suggest that maybe it should be done over different payrolls, but Karen, you can, you know, unless everybody wants to come down, it is not a large amount. But it is a very meaningful amount. You know, in other words, I don't want to minimize it. It's very meaningful and could cover some important costs, particularly because I don't think the 4% probably covers all of what we're facing now in cost of living. But it is, as Derek points out, a very nice and generous salary boost, Karen, and congratulations on that. I think that it's excellent. And we had hoped that that might be the recommendation today, and it's nice to see that that is it. Does that make sense, everyone? Does she need to come back to us to say?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm confident, given this guidance, Derek and I can work that out. I understand what the commission's saying, and I think you're all valuing everybody. I see that 100%.
I don't think anyone is suggesting otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then let's move on. Do we need to take a formal vote? Commissioner O'Brien, do you have a motion?
If we need a formal vote, I can give you the language. Madam Chair, I move that the Commission adopt the recommendation proposed by the Executive Director and Chief Financial and Accounting Officer and approve a 4% increase to all Commission employees' base salaries, as well as a one-time bonus described in the memorandum included in the Commissioner's packet and as further detailed and discussed today.
Second.
Any questions? Okay. Commissioner Cameron.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga.
Aye.
And I vote yes. 4-0. Thanks. We will then go on to item number 8. Is Kate? I haven't seen Kate yet. There she is. Good morning, and Director Lilios, if you want to frame this out, please.
Sure, and good afternoon again. In this item, the IEP is bringing forward a qualifier for the Plainridge Park Casino license, an important position where this qualifier, Ms. Felicia Hendricks, was appointed earlier this year as Chief Financial Officer for the parent company. And Kate can present the results of the IEB's investigation. The company and the qualifier are aware that we are proceeding on presenting this matter to you today. So with that, I will turn it over to Kate.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. As Loretta stated, the qualifier for your consideration today is Felicia Hendricks, the CFO and also Executive Vice President, a qualifier for Plain Ridge Park. The investigative team in this matter was Trooper John Morris of the State Police Gaming Enforcement Unit and Financial Investigator David McKay. They are joining me on the call today should you have any questions after the presentation of the investigative report. It should be noted that Ms. Hendricks has submitted all of the required forms and complied with all of the IEB's requests for supplemental and updated information. And the IEB was able to conduct its complete protocol for suitability for casino qualifiers and confirmed financial stability and integrity, reviewed litigation history, searched criminal history, verified that no prohibited political contributions were made in Massachusetts, and also conducted checks of open source and law enforcement databases. On May 25th, the investigative team of Trooper Morris and Financial Investigator McKay were able to interview Ms. Hendricks using virtual technology. And it was noted during this time that Ms. Hendricks was cooperative and forthcoming in all aspects of the investigation. And during the interview, Ms. Hendricks provided her personal history and career path. She graduated from the University of Virginia in 1991 and went to work in New York City as a paralegal. She did contemplate a career in the law. However, after working for 2 years as a paralegal, Ms. Hendricks left that position and returned to the University of Virginia to the Darden School of Business, where she earned her MBA in 1995. After earning her MBA, Ms. Hendricks took a job doing institutional sales with Needham & Company, located back in New York. She worked there from 1995 until April of 1997. Needham & Company is an independent investment bank and asset management firm. After leaving the firm, Ms. Hendricks took a position with the investment banking firm of Gerard Clower Madison in April of 1997, where she remained in the role of research associate in gaming and leisure products until April of 1998. This was Ms. Hendricks' introduction into the gaming industry. Later in 1998, Ms. Hendricks departed her position at Gerard Clower Madison and went to work at Lehman Brothers. While employed at Lehman Brothers, Ms. Hendricks was promoted to the title of Senior Equity Analyst. This occurred in 2000. Lehman Brothers was then purchased by Barclays in 2008. And Ms. Hendricks remained in her role as a senior analyst now with Barclays and continued to focus on the gaming, lodging, and leisure sector. She worked at Barclays from 2008 all the way until 2021, where she joined Penn National Gaming, first as executive advisor to CEO Jay Snowden. And then that was February of 2021. And approximately 1 month into her tenure in that role, she took her current position as executive vice president and chief financial officer at Penn National Gaming. Ms. Hendricks described her current role at Penn as being the senior executive responsible for managing the financial actions of the PNGI. She will oversee accounting, treasury, procurement, and indirectly internal audit in this role, and will also act as a strategic advisor, reporting directly to Mr. Snowden. At present, Ms. Hendricks is currently licensed in many jurisdictions pursuant to this role. These include the Texas Racing Commission and the Florida Division of Parimutuel Wagering, who have granted her credentials. And most recently, she was licensed by the New Mexico Gaming Control Board. An inquiry was made into the jurisdictions where Ms. Hendricks holds a gaming credential and no derogatory information was surfaced. Ms. Hendricks has demonstrated to the IEB by clear and convincing evidence that she is suitable, and the IEB recommends that the Commission vote to find her suitable as a qualifier for Plain Ridge Park. And if the Commissioners have any questions, I'm happy to entertain them with the help of the investigative team.
As is typical for us of late, this qualifier is it's a very clean report, well done report. There are no issues of concern as far as I'm concerned, and I'm happy to support this recommendation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zuniga?
Thank you. I'll add a comment in addition to the perspective from Commissioner Cameron, that I'm familiar with Ms. Hendricks from her work as an analyst to the licensees. I often listen in or read the transcripts for the analyst's call, and in her role as an analyst for Barclays, she's often called upon to ask some of the tougher questions of the gaming operators, and that includes, in our case, all gaming licensees that we have, because all three are all the companies. So I'm sure she'll do very well in her role, and it's also great to see some additional women at very high positions in this.
Any further questions for Kate? Commissioner O'Brien, you're all set? Kate, excellent report. You do need a vote today?
I do, yes.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to move that the Commission issue a positive determination of suitability to Felicia Ray Hendricks in her capacity as Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer to Penn National Gaming, Inc.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Cameron.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 4-0. Thanks, Vivian. Dr. Lightbound.
Alex, are you on? Okay.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but unfortunately I can't see you today, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately I had some computer problems. I've been keeping the IT department very busy today. So
are you
I
working from
apologize
home?
for that.
Are you working
No,
from
I'm
home?
at Plain Ridge, but I'm so that IT could meet me at Plain Ridge and take care of my computer for me. So
thank goodness for
I appreciate
IT.
them, but
Thank
yes,
goodness for
exactly.
them. Couldn't operate without
Yes,
them.
exactly.
So you have item number 9, and I know that Chad's gonna help you. I do see Chad and Alex. It was great seeing you on Sunday. No, yeah, was it?
Yes, Sunday.
It was Sunday, right? It was great seeing you, and appreciated the many introductions you made, and also I always learn a whole lot from you. So thank you. So how do you want to go about this from the phone?
Yeah. So if I could briefly acknowledge the races on Sunday.
That would be great.
And then I'll turn it over to Chad, sorry. Yeah, we had a great Spirit of Mass Day, and we wanted to thank the commissioners and executive director for coming down. Steve and his racing staff did an excellent job with putting on the performance, and the horsemen did a wonderful job as well. It's definitely a group effort, if everyone pitching in. And I wanted to acknowledge our MGC racing staff who, once again, there's a lot of licensing that day and a lot of other things that go into it. And we hope to talk about it more on our August meeting with the commission at that point. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chad.
And that's when PPC will be doing its quarterly report, correct? No, that was today. So you're going to do, they didn't really do the details today. So
right.
Next, okay, that would be great.
Yeah, we'll have Steve O'Toole come in.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, Chad.
Yes, thanks, Alex, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So today is, we have the quarterly local aid ending June 30th. And again, local aid is payable to each city and town where racing operations are conducted. The rate is determined, or the amount is determined by using a rate of 0.35% times the handle from the quarter that ended 6 months prior to the payable date. So with that said, using handles from October, November, and December of 2020, the city of Boston would receive $126,845.91. The town of Plainville, $29,133.04. Town of Raynham, $21,304.63. And the city of Revere would receive $63,422.01. The grand total is $240,705.59. And the breakdown and details are in the packet, and this does ask for a vote. Thank you.
Any questions for Chad or for Alex? As always, very organized, Chad. Thank you so much.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair,
Cameron, yes?
I'm happy to move.
I think you may have frozen.
Authorize the local aid quarterly distribution payments to. Can you hear?
You're freezing a little bit. You're freezing a little bit, Gail.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I move that the commission authorize the local aid quarterly distribution payments to the city of Boston, the town of Plainville, the town of Raynham, and the city of Revere, and the amounts reflected in the memorandum included in the commissioner's package and as discussed today.
Second.
Okay. Any questions? All set, Commissioner? All right. Commissioner Cameron.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga?
Aye.
I vote yes, 4-0, Vivian. Thank you. Okay. Alex, you're all set then?
Yes, thank you very much.
I needed you to speak so I could find you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks again on Sunday. Looking forward to that report next meeting. And now, Director Griffin.
Good
You're going to give us an
afternoon.
update. Thank you.
Yes, this is a short update, but I hope Alex will stay around. It's really to celebrate the good news that HB 3976, an act extending simulcasting and horse racing authorization, was signed by the governor on Tuesday. So as you all know, the live racing season at Plainridge Park Casino can continue. And simulcasting at Plainridge, Suffolk Downs, Wonderland, and Raynham will also continue. And this saves many jobs associated with all those industries. So we can all celebrate. Then the other update, and I know I want to acknowledge all the work that the commissioners did to support and follow this bill along the way. As you remember, the commissioners signed on to, and we sent several letters along the way to let the legislators know that this was important to us and to the industry. And then the other update regarding sports betting, a lot of this was in the news, but the House passed HB 3993, and that's the House version of the sports wagering bill, and that was passed last Thursday and engrossed on the 23rd. And this is the redrafted version of Representative Cahill's bill that was reported out favorably by the Joint Committee on Economic Development and Emerging Technologies and further changed by the House Ways and Means Committee. There were 12 amendments to the bill, and we're digging in and following those. This bill has been sent to and received by the Senate Ways and Means Committee on Monday of this week. Additionally, the Joint Committee on Economic Development and Emerging Technologies also reported out the Senate version of the bill, which is Senator Lesser's bill S 269, to the Senate, and this was referred to the Senate Committee on Ways and Means. Right now, there's no timeline on when the Senate will debate their bill. But ultimately, we expect a single product from a conference committee when the House and Senate sit down to agree on a single bill. So that is my brief debate, and we'll continue to watch these developments play out. So thank you.
Questions for Jill? That was good news, Jill, and timely and smooth and easy, and a lot had to do with yours and Crystal's shepherding that, and of course Todd and team in legal, making sure that we were addressing the issues. So thank you. It worked just as it should work.
It was so nice to be able to report good news. The signing came right before this meeting. So we'll thank the governor for that as well.
All right. So that's the last item. I have one item that falls under either the chair didn't reasonably expect to address or a commissioner update. So I need a couple of minutes for that. Is there, do any of you have an update?
Well, I was just going to mention one aspect of the bill that was passed by the House, and I already alerted the staff, and they were already working on this, and I guess Jill already alluded to this. One amendment creates a limited slot machine license and for veterans organizations. And I think it's incumbent upon us to do some research and explain that potentially to the legislature, especially on just the number of organizations that may qualify for this, as they take it up and either reconcile it or incorporate it in the Senate version, and what that may mean for the market and for the logistics of monitoring those slot machines if they wish to go further with this aspect. But anyway, that was my comment.
Okay, Karen, I'll have you follow up with Commissioner Zuniga and Jill on that, okay, and see how you want to coordinate that. Okay, my update is this. As people are aware, Commissioner Cameron has been involved more deeply than all of us, but there is a plan to have an international gaming conference arrive in Boston week of September 12th, around there. We did have some requests that from the organization to use some of our internal resources. And with that, we contacted the Ethics Commission and we did receive some guidance from the Ethics Commission. I'm just getting my notes. One second. Todd and Karen have been apprised of this. The issue at hand is whether or not we can use state resources to support this important conference that's coming in. And that includes time used by staff and time used if we were to include, when I say time used by staff, the incidental things we would do as one would always do as a host agency for this kind of a industry conference, to support them either boots on the ground the day of the conference or the days of the conference, or supporting communications, deliverables, or any sort of support we use, including doing presentations. So that's if we did more by supplying more formally services. And we did receive some guidance on that from the Ethics Commission. Todd's aware of it. And the reason why I'm bringing it up today is that if we are going to go further and do that, it's my understanding, Todd, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that we would need to ascertain a determination from our appointing officials if we are going to use state resources. I'm afraid if we don't address this in today's meeting, and this is why I brought it up, that time is going to keep on ticking, and it may become harder to properly support this organization. I want to be clear too that Karen will be sending around an email of sorts, but she does need to recuse herself in these matters because she is the proud member of a board of directors of one of the organizations that's part of that's coming forward. So we have some decision making to do as a commission. And I thought, Todd, we'd put it on today, maybe figure out at Wednesday's agenda setting meeting that whether we need to convene an additional meeting to address this need for appointing officials, or if there could be documentation prepared for our review. We might want to discuss. I just don't know if the commissioners all would want to proceed. But I think we do need to have, Todd, you give the commissioners some guidance, and that they anticipate that you're going to provide that guidance. The reason why I really thought about this for today's meeting is that they asked for a promotional video, and to promote, they need some time in advance of the event. And so it occurred to me, we probably need to resolve this sooner than later in order to be able to help them on any kind of promotional activities that they want. I also know that there were some other issues that need to be resolved on this. So I'm asking Todd, and I asked Commissioner O'Brien to sort of support figuring this out. There's also going to be some questions around, or resolution needed around, the attendance and all of that. But with respect to the ethics guidance, I wondered if Commissioner O'Brien and General Counsel Grossman could take these initial steps, so that really it's a matter of timing. I want to make sure that the conference, that that we're helpful to the conference and that time doesn't tick by. Commissioner Cameron, this all kind of came to we really discussed this late yesterday, so I thought I would take the opportunity to mention it today. Any questions? Todd, are you all set then?
Yes, I'll certainly circulate the advice and reach out to each commissioner individually, coordinate with Commissioner O'Brien on this one.
Right. It's my understanding that they are looking for support sooner than later. So if we do need, in fact, to get that clearance from our appointing officials, that's a little bit of a delay. So there's a bit of an urgency as to next steps. Okay, that's my matter.
Yeah, I look forward to hearing how it applies to me individually from Todd, given my current.
I think it's on the use of the commission's resources, state resources.
So it applies to everyone.
Whether we can author. I think that's how I read it,
Okay.
as opposed to an individual conflict. Just if can we use state resources? And if I'm reading it correctly, and I may have misread it, Todd, that's why we need your guidance. What steps need to be taken in order to, if we want, if there was a suggestion that maybe we hire an independent contractor to help support this effort, and that may all make sense, but we might need to address some initial ethics thresholds. So it's commission assets. That's why I'm wondering if we need to reconvene at a future meeting for a quick vote, which we know we can do. We're nimble, and we want to make, we want to be helpful. So I'm raising it. It may be that we don't need to, but I just thought that that was a threshold issue, and it might require us to reconvene, even if it's a very short meeting.
Understood. I understand.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think individually, Commissioner Zuniga, it's
Okay.
It's like, unless, I don't think I saw those concerns for us. Todd, does that make sense? And then,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we received the advice recently. We're still making sure to review it very carefully, and we'll be in touch very shortly to.
Yeah, and the urgency is, I woke up in the middle of the night saying they're looking for their promotional material, and they don't necessarily know that we have a hold on that pending resolution of these questions. So we want to help them promote, but we want to just do it in accordance with whatever requirements. I don't think they're taxing requirements. Okay. All right. So maybe by Wednesday we'll have a little bit more clarity on that and whether or not we have to set up a meeting or something for our agenda setting meeting. All right. Anything else? I just want to point out that we do have people to celebrate their honors. And that includes Commissioner Zuniga, who was recently honored. We are looking forward to doing that at our next public meeting when Director Vanderlyn is back from his big bike ride. Okay. Anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Cameron?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga?
Aye.
And I vote yes, 4-0. Excellent meeting today. Thank you. And again, there's Keisha, thank you so much. And Jill, it was fun vetting you. We're looking forward to, what day is the town hall, Karen?
Next Friday.
That was
Sorry, next Friday the 6th.
Friday the 6th. Excellent. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks.
Aye, thank you.